Hi, everyone. Welcome to the Coffee Retail Summit. My name is Kim Elena Ionescu, and I am the Chief Sustainability and Knowledge Development Officer for the Specialty Coffee Association. It's been almost a year since the SCA launched its first Coffee Retail Summit, and honestly, it's difficult for me to compare the circumstances that we're facing now as a coffee industry to those that we faced 10 months ago. I think part of that is the fact that, or part of that difficulty can be attributed to the fact that I don't work in retail. I work with the Specialty Coffee Association. And part of that difficulty is due to the uncertainty that characterizes this entire era. But I think that more significant than either of those factors is the diversity factor. As the specialty coffee industry continues to grow, it's more apparent every day that there is no singular approach to or formula for success in this global community. The 2022 Coffee Retail Summit highlights a variety of thought-provoking examples of retail growth and adaptation across three major coffee consuming regions: Europe and the UK, the United States, and Korea. Today, we will explore some of the factors that are impacting coffee retail businesses in the US and in Canada, and I'll use this moment to thank our partners. This iteration of Coffee Retail Summit, the free to attend 3-day summit, and the associated resource library were made possible with the support of title sponsor Astoria. Thank you also to lead sponsors Simonelli Group and BWT Water and More. Our regional sponsor, Pacific Barista Series, as well as supporting sponsors, Brewista, Baratza, and Chemex. So I've already revealed that I don't work in a retail business now, but like many people who work in specialty coffee in the United States, my first job in the coffee industry was as a barista. I worked at the second location of an independent cafe in North Carolina that had only been open for a month or so when I walked in looking for a job. It was owned by two women, one of whom had many years of experience in coffee in other parts of the US, and the two of them had spied an opportunity in the nascent specialty coffee culture and comparatively inexpensive rents presented by the medium-sized city where I live. By the time I left, the business, which was about 2 years old, was struggling to keep up with the challenges presented by having two stores. We frequently ran out of milk, which resulted in the owner making frantic trips to Costco and me apologizing to frustrated customers looking for cappuccinos. The shop was never profitable enough to have more than one person working behind the bar at any time, and so I got used to the space being either full to bursting with a line to the door and kind customers bringing me empty air pots because I couldn't get out from behind the counter to refresh the filter coffee at the cafe's self-serve station. Or it would be empty enough that I started bringing a book to work for those times when I'd finished cleaning and restocking and I was completely alone in the cafe. Now, milk outages are not the root cause of an empty cafe, but they were part of the same vicious cycle. The struggles of the cafes also affected the owners. I watched them fall out of love with their business and with each other during my time working for them, and not long after I left, the two of them separated. A year later, they sold their two cafes to two different owners, and both ended up leaving the area. I don't know if this story sounds familiar to many of you. It's the story of my experience, but it's certainly not unique. And while the specialty coffee industry has grown by an order of magnitude since 2003, when I walked into that shop looking for my first barista shift, the macro level growth has not made it easy to be consistently profitable at the level of an individual business or even for some chains. Margins were tight and working hours were long even before the COVID-19 pandemic hit. At the Specialty Coffee Association, we do not kid ourselves that we are going to be able to rescue anyone's business, to say nothing of the marriages and other interpersonal relationships that may get inextricably tied up in those businesses. But from inside an operation, with its long hours, low profit margins, and endless tasks, as well as the constant changes that COVID rules and norms require of retailers, it can be hard to tell which problems can be solved by an individual business and which ones require some kind of collective action or outside intervention of some sort. Could those emergency trips my boss was making to Costco have been avoided by hiring a manager for her 2 stores? Maybe. Would the business have benefited from the greater awareness of and excitement about specialty coffee that would arrive to this area a few years later? Definitely. Should the city have offered financial support to a small retail business like theirs when a construction project to build luxury condominiums downtown made it difficult for their customers to access them? I can't help but wish it had. I wonder what might have been different. Also, though, not all businesses need to be rescued. While the past few years have been difficult for many businesses and so many of the people who make them possible, some businesses have grown. Some have thrived and struggled simultaneously, which reveals the fallacy about simple narratives of success. Over the course of this year's Coffee Retail Summit, we will hear from owners, managers, and longtime employees of businesses that are doing everything they can to succeed, including questioning what success looks like for them and whether their goals have changed from what they once were. One of the factors that drove the FCA to launch Coffee Retail Summit in 2021 was the series of surveys on the impacts of COVID-19 on the coffee community that we conducted in 2020 and 2021. We were struck by the high proportion of responses we received from retailers and from roaster retailers. And 2 of my colleagues talked about this in a presentation for last year's Coffee Retail Summit in more depth, the whole survey. So while the experiences of these retailers and roaster retailers varied widely, many expressed a common desire to share knowledge and get information that was relevant to them. It's not that they lacked information, of course, we're all connected online almost constantly, but inspirational stories of businesses pivoting and heart-wrenching stories of businesses closing, they don't necessarily help anyone to understand what options they have, where to make investments, and why certain choices work better for some companies than for others. The Coffee Retail Summit and its resource library make it easier to find information that is relevant to coffee businesses. More insights from industry peers and fewer feel-good or feel-bad stories written for the public. The reports that you will find use data about retail trends in aggregate and contextualize those in coffee, because it can be difficult to find yourself as an individual or a single business in the macro level. If you are joining us for the first time at this event, whether you are just getting into your business, just getting started, or you have multiple locations and decades invested in your company, I encourage you to use the library to find topics that interest you. By the end of this week, articles and talks, including retail-focused RICO 2021 videos, will be available via the topic highlights or search and filter function under the heading Explore Library. That's the slide I was looking for. We are also excited to release the 2020 US market overview this week, which I'll talk about in just a few minutes. And it provides an update on the retail value of coffee in the United States. If you miss any of today's talks, or if you missed all of Monday's talks that were oriented toward the UK and Europe, or if you were watching this as a recording, we have recorded everything, and we are going to be uploading it to our YouTube channel and to this site. So make sure you're on our mailing list to be notified when these recordings are available. If you're not subscribed already, the best way to do this is to head to retail.fca.coffee/RSVP to sign up. Our 2022 event consists of 3 days of programming aimed at audiences in 3 geographic regions. On Monday, we focused on the UK and Europe. Today, we will shift our review to the US, and on Friday, we will explore retail trends and challenges in the Korean market. This will mark the FCA's first online event for the specialty coffee community in Korea, and all the presentations will be given in Korean. So if you are interested in that day's topics and not a Korean speaker yourself, just be patient. We will subtitle the presentations into English before, again, uploading them to this retail.sca.coffee site after the event's conclusion. In planning this year's event, we set out in search of speakers whose experiences reflect some of the greatest challenges and opportunities that face retail coffee businesses in 2022. Hiring and training a strong staff team in the midst of the Great Resignation, as well as building a culture that can support staff development. Pivoting across channels and products to meet your cafe customers at home or in a different aisle of the grocery store. Resilience to supply shortages, and using the data available, whether it comes from a report on national consumption trends or a report from your espresso machine. Today, we will hear from Madcap and Gimme Coffee about how they are engaging employees differently now than they did a few years ago. Learn about the retail technology investments made by Cafe Vita, Joe Coffee, and Nemesis Coffee, and their impacts on those businesses, and explore product categories adjacent to coffee with Mostra Coffee and Slingshot Coffee. All Coffee Retail Summit presentations will be happening live, and we have built time into every session for questions from all of you. So I hope that you will use the chat window to ask questions of our speakers and share ideas with one another as we pursue a common goal to create a thriving, equitable, sustainable coffee retail segment. Thank you again to our sponsor partners, Astoria, Pacific Barista Series, BWT Water and More, Simonelli Group, Brewista, Chemex, and Baratza. And thank you all for being here with us. Okay, so now I'm going to take off my hosting hat and put on my data hat and talk about the US coffee market in macro terms. I mentioned earlier that we've prepared the 2020 US market overview, and I'm going to spend the next half hour or so talking about some of the most interesting aspects of that report and of the US coffee retail market generally. So, as I said, this will be something that we upload this week. You're getting kind of a sneak peek of it on today's presentation. But I'm going to plan to walk through, what is this report? What's the total value? What does that mean? Talk a little bit about the sources that we use to put this together, because it is something that is a product of the SCAs. It's not the first year that we've done it, but we spend a substantial amount of time putting this together, collecting this data and creating this report. So I'll talk about the sources that we use, and then I will do a little bit of a comparison between 2020 and 2019, because I think that some of this data is really best understood when you can look at one year and contrast it with another one, especially because, as we all know, 2019 and 2020 were pretty different in pretty much all the ways. And that brings me to, the date on this. You might be looking at your calendar or, looking at this event's title and saying, well, Kim, it's 2022. Why are we looking at coffee market data from 2020? And that is, again, a function of how we compile this information. So it's not all available at the same time. A number of different sources are used. We look at a few different reports to create this one, and not all of that data on 2020 becomes available at the same time. So we're a little bit behind in terms of the latest up to the moment trends, but I figure most of you are probably working in coffee yourselves. You have your own day-to-day experiences. So this is a chance to kind of get out of the weeds, get some elevation, and look at the market in its entirety. So after we go through the report, then we'll get into the analysis and into some of the insights that I think that we can draw from this report. But probably even more than that, they come from all of the source data, from companies' own filings, from the convenience store segments, the magazines about convenience stores that are part of what we look at when we put this together. And those will focus on, the breakdown between away from home retail and at home retail, see, what's been lost at the in-store level and gained at home. We'll look at the interruption that's happened over the past couple of years, 2020 in particular, but 2021 also. And then we can look at the projections. We're too early in 2022 to really have any data that we can look at it really at any level, but especially at any kind of macro level. However, there are predictions about what's going to be happening in coffee consumption in the coming years. And we'll see that, the past couple of years have been more a sign of an interruption than of some kind of like a trend toward the extinction of the coffee industry or specialty coffee. And probably not something that you all were worried about in the immediate terms, but we'll talk about it. E-commerce, which almost feels like a cliche at this point to talk about e-commerce, but we're talking macro here, and coffee in the context of an e-commerce boom that's really not in any way limited to coffee. So we'll explore that. Then we'll talk about identities and diversification. And I think that it's in these later categories or these later topics that we really get into some of what's going to be most interesting about the panels that we've put together to follow this presentation today. Looking at how brands are connecting with consumers in different ways than they have until recently, and what kind of possibilities that opens up, and then the possibilities outside of coffee or sort of traditional coffee beverages and coffee consumption formats as well. Okay, so let's open up the report. We open the report, and inside we find these two big graphs or big graphics, and one of them breaks down sales of coffee away from home, and one of them breaks down sales of coffee at home. So in the away from home, this is from the 2020 report. So we're looking at, two different pages of the same year's report. This is not so much about the comparison between the two of them. I'm just showing them to you at the same time. In away from home, we'll see we have these big categories at the center of this wheel. And that includes, food service and HoReCa, so hotel, restaurant, catering, coffee houses, quick service retail. These are major categories that include a lot of companies within them, a lot of different brands. If a brand or a subcategory is big enough, then it gets its own little chunk sort of sticking off the side. So you can see in coffee houses, Starbucks is one of those, a brand that has enough retail sales on its own, and also whose numbers are publicly available, that we can put that in there and sort of show what percentage of that coffee house total is represented by Starbucks. Within quick service retail, we've got McDonald's, donut shops. Within donut shops, there's Dunkin' Donuts. So you could look at all of this and sort of maybe place yourself. I imagine, again, many people here might be in that coffee house category, but maybe not. Maybe you're also interested in, office coffee or ready to drink. For sure, that's a category that's certainly grown in recent years in the United States as a percentage of this away from home total. And then the value, all those numbers there add up to $71 billion. That's the away from home, retail value of coffee in the United States in 2020. And then we add to that the value of coffee at home. So there are some companies here that you'll see appear on both graphs. Starbucks is one of those, Dunkin' is another one of those. Brands that have coffee products that you encounter in the grocery store, and also, brick and mortar locations, also, that have products in vending machines. So they really, they span a lot of them. But in the at home, on the at home graphic, you see that the big breakdown here is like ground coffee is so much of the total value. For me at least, it really puts into perspective how small whole bean really is. It's not that I thought it was so much bigger, but I know you can see that here. Also, I'll take this moment to note that some of these numbers and shapes they're not exactly proportionate. So you'd be wise to look at the number and not just judge things by size there. So, like a ground coffee, if you break that down, you've got pods. Within those pods, there are a few major company or brands that have been pulled out, and then standard ground coffee also kind of dominant brands like Starbucks, Folgers that are pulled out of this. So you add these things together, and you get the total retail value figure for the United States in 2020. Yeah, in 2020, which is what, like 86. I'm covering my screen here. $86.9 billion. Um, and for those that might have watched a Rico talk or seen a study from a few years ago that had a $225 billion figure, I want to clarify that when we're talking about this number, this is this is the retail coffee figure, which doesn't include things like job creation, which would have been part of that total impact of the U.S. coffee industry summary and report that the SCA was a part of, along with the National Coffee Association, and I think it was 2015. So just in case someone was like, "Oh my God, what happened? We lost like 2/3 of our value in 5 years. COVID's killing our industry." That was a different report and a different way of calculating those figures. So this is still big, though. I see this, and I know that probably for many people, it's abstract in this form. And if you already have a coffee business, then it might just be sort of an interesting abstraction. But if you are thinking about opening a coffee business, for example, and wondering, how to break down the different, the and wondering sort of how to break down or how to see yourself in the landscape, then something like this could help you sort of orient to who the players in the landscape are. I think also this is the kind of information that for anyone who is trying to see coffee in as a subset of, or one industry as part of even larger, like a world of retail, or in the context of even bigger trends, that it's macro to us as specialty coffee, but it's still a way of contextualizing, coffee specifically versus coffee and food and, commodities and all of the other factors that might play into some of the reports that would be available online from a major data collection source like Euromonitor or Nielsen, or I have a slide in here later from McKinsey. So this is the U.S. coffee retail market. This will be available free to download. It'll be part of this resource library. Okay, so we'll go from what it is and how to use it, how to read it, into how we put it together. So we compiled this report every year. As I said, it takes a little while because we have a number of different sources for data that feed into it. But I've taken that small print at the bottom of each of one of those pages and blown it up so that you can, see a few examples of the data sources. And I think that this kind of information is, I think of it as being like the kind of, this is a slide for people who, when they're reading scientific journal articles, are really interested in the methodology section. We'll open it up, and maybe before they read the introduction, but certainly before they get into the sort of conclusions or discussion, want to know how someone arrived at the conclusions they arrived at. So if you're one of those people, if you read scientific journal articles that way, if you just want to know, what information or what data we used, you could find a lot of this, not all of it, but a lot of this is publicly available, and you could dig into these numbers. And if you did that, you might arrive at a different conclusion for some of these numbers, and that's okay. This is like a Starbucks in a slide that I'll show later is listed as a quick service restaurant. So we are making some choices with this and trying to present as accurate a snapshot as we can. But if you, like I said, if you are motivated to dig in, I'd love to know what sort of differences people who present this information differently, what alternative interpretations would be. We put this out there in hopes that it will be a useful resource, and if there are ways to improve it, then I'd love to know. So that's how we put the report together. Some of the sources, if you want to dig into those. Next, I'll get into the comparison of 2019 to 2020. So in the next couple of slides, I'll have the 2019 figure and then juxtapose it in the same graph from the 2020 report. So we'll start with away from home, imagining again that many people here have some part in a business that serves customers outside their homes. The away from home coffee market in 2019 was, as you can see, larger in terms of total sales than the retail. The away from home market was in 2020. And, given the impact of COVID, what we saw, lived through, I think it's probably not surprising to most people that there was this, that we saw this shock. And it's not, even at the macro level, it's not insignificant to lose close to $8 billion out of an $80 billion total. At the individual level, of course, that meant the closure of a lot of businesses and the loss of a lot of jobs. So this is a shift that, maybe if you look at the two graphics, they look relatively the same, but I don't want to gloss over the fact that, that's a lot of business. I also don't want to, ignore the fact or dwell there and not look at how that loss was absorbed by the coffee industry, by the away from home segment of the coffee industry. Because when I look at this, I see that the losses, at least to me, it was surprising to see that they were sort of, they were spread. So in these central categories, coffee houses, food service, and HoReCa, quick service retail, you see some pretty significant losses in food service and HoReCa and coffee houses, pretty evenly split there. There are, the numbers go down sort of across the board. But I also thought it was, interesting to note that of these sort of three major categories, quick service retail actually didn't see the same sort of impact that coffee houses and food service did, and wondered if maybe there's fodder there for another talk. I'm not going to have time to dig into it today, nor honestly do I have the expertise in quick service retail. I actually looked into what that meant just to make sure before I started preparing for this talk that I was thinking about the right thing. So these are the top 15 quick service retail or quick service restaurants in the United States in 2020. And as I alluded to earlier, seeing Starbucks as number 2 on here does make me think about the coffee house thing, and just again remind me that in this report, as in all uses of data, there is some interpretation that goes along with it, and some choices that we make along the way. So quick service retail did not have the same kind of impact that coffee houses and food service did. At home, you see the opposite in terms of growth loss, where the away from home coffee consumption was, or retail value was, negatively impacted. We had a boost in at home sales. And again, I think this is recently enough that it's probably not surprising to most of us, but now we see it kind of quantified in economic terms. So got about a $2 billion increase, which is not as much as the $9 billion, $8 billion loss from the away from home, but it's also not insignificant because, a jump from 14 to 16 is more than 10% increase in a single year. Um, Likewise, I think that if you look at this and are sort of looking for where the growth happened, it was pretty evenly spread between different at-home sub-channels also. So while at the beginning of the pandemic, I think many of us believed or hoped that this sourdough bread making, growing scallions on our windowsills trend was going to result in more people investing in really good coffee brewing equipment at home and taking time and really celebrating their coffee and buying whole bean coffee. That didn't end up being so much the case. We saw the growth more evenly spread across all of the different formats, including the more sort of standard ground coffee format and pods, of course. So that's that first insight that I wanted to make sure to emphasize here in the comparison was that we have seen this loss in the out of home retail, but we've seen that some of that result in gains in the home, including for some of the same brands. So the next slide that I have has a quote that I found actually just yesterday from a Beverage Daily, the CEO of Nestle, talking about how they see their company as benefiting even while they're losing in away from home coffee sales. So he talks about the at-home revolution. Coffee to me is the signature category to benefit from what I call the at-home revolution. Talking about people, being at home because they are working from home, being at home because they have been part of the Great Resignation, but that looking long term, while they may lose a cup of coffee out of home, they stand to benefit from the development, which they believe is here to stay. So that's a very large company. These are large numbers, but I think that there are definitely implications for that, or for small businesses also. And I'm looking forward to hearing more about that later as we hear from people who are in retail and have been making these choices over the past couple of years. So the next of these insights that I wanted to offer based on the data that's in the market overview and also the source data is that while we've seen this interruption at the macro level to coffee consumption out of home, it seems like this is an interruption and not an extinction, not a long-term not a long-term decline to be prepared for. So these two graphs come from the US, and fresh coffee beans is, like a sort of a proxy for like coffee that you buy at the grocery store, whole bean coffee. And then we have the shop consumption, which is broken up into chains and independent. So chains is the orange line that's higher up on that graph, and then independence is the gray line down toward the bottom. And with both of these, we actually get into the territory of projecting, and that's where I think the hope for the future comes in, because while we have data for the grocery segment that's up until 2021, and we can see that there was a spike between 2019 and 2020, which corresponds to those last graphs we were looking at, where the at-home numbers increased. More people were buying fresh coffee beans in 2020 significantly. It was a real boost to what had been already an upward trend. Then we saw that sort of level out, and in 2021, presumably some of them went back to going out for their coffee instead of brewing coffee at home, maybe using the nice coffee maker that they had bought during the first few weeks of the pandemic, because that was one of the the things that we've learned or seen, in terms of a lot of growth. You look at the home appliance segment, and coffee brewers as a part of that. So in 2021, people started going back out for coffee, and that pace of growth did not was not sustained. But if you look at 2022, where we get into projections, you see the number continues to increase. The amount of fresh coffee that is being purchased and consumed at home, and that growth trend, that trend line is not so different than it was from 2018 to 2019. So and it looks like we're getting back on track. And the same thing is true if you look at the away from home consumption numbers. You see that in this case, from 2018, 2019 to 2020, that's when you get this decrease. That if you put these two graphs over each other, you'd see that like retail away from home goes down, retail for at home goes up in the same time, and then they sort of switch back. So, so that number went way down in 2020 for chains, and less so for independent shops. The decline was not as pronounced. And then in 2021, it starts to grow again, and then we're projecting that by 2024 or thereabouts, it's pretty much back to where it would have been had the pandemic not interrupted interrupted these businesses. So for those that survived, and that continue to survive and thrive, this is what the projection for the future looks like. And then because we happen to have data for Canada, which is not included in the U.S. market report, but we do have a panelist today from Canada, and I presume probably some audience members who are working in Canada. I thought I'd share the corresponding figures for Canada as well. So you can see that in Canada, the impacts were a little bit more severe in both cases. The growth between 2020 and 2021 for fresh coffee beans was also really dramatic, but then the kind of falling off and releveling, it was a sharper increase and a sharper decrease, and especially for the away from home, and the impacts on chains and independent businesses too. That drop in 2020 was sharper, so it will take longer, according to the projections, to get back on the sort of same growth track that it was on prior to the pandemic. Okay, so that's number two. So we talked about retail at home and away from home. Then this is being an interruption, not a case of a long-term decline. And now we'll talk about e-commerce, which, as I said before, I know we all know about this. We all read articles. We're connected constantly, as I said in my introduction. But I think that I would be remiss if I didn't talk about e-commerce, because at the individual level, the business or chain level, I think that it's a strategy that we've seen a lot of businesses turn to, in some cases early on in the pandemic, out of necessity, as a way to connect during a lockdown, or during a time when there wasn't sufficient staff or people didn't feel safe. Selling coffee online was a way to reach the customers that you already had and keep them. But I also think that it's been an interesting way, and I hope to hear about this from some of the panelists, to reach customers maybe outside of your home geographic region. I know for me, the idea of a neighborhood cafe still has a lot of emotional resonance with me, but that when companies begin to sell coffee online, e-commerce, not just coffee, but equipment, you can reach a different group of customers, and potentially expand your reach that way. So for this graph here, just to make use of the image that I chose, you can see the United States on the top line there, with a 3.3 growth of 3.3 times as fast in 2020 as the average rate had been between 2015 and 2019. So for those 4 years, e-commerce had been growing at about 1.4% per year. And then in 2020, we've got this spike, and suddenly it's growing, like 4.6% in a single year. And that's, consistent with other markets also. Some that have grown faster, some that started from a higher baseline, like China. But it's a reflection of consumer behavior that's broader than just coffee and broader than just the United States. So that example of customers, finding brands that they might not have found if they were just looking in their neighborhood, brings me to this next opportunity that's characteristic of this time that we are currently in. And I want to talk about it in terms of identities. For those of you that are, maybe some of you are watching on SCA's YouTube channel now, and maybe you've watched other videos on our YouTube channel. In 2019, there was a session at the RICO Symposium called Letting Go of Sameness. And that session was all about emerging markets, and not just emerging markets in like the context of a country that had not historically been a coffee consuming country and is now beginning to embrace coffee or specialty coffee, but even so like emerging markets or groups of coffee drinkers within the United States who had been ignored or underserved by specialty coffee. And now about 3 years later, I would say that it's pretty clear to me that we have let go of sameness. And some of the brands that have gotten the most attention over the past few years are brands that really identify with that lead with attributes that are not about the specific flavor characteristics of a coffee, or in some of these cases that actually don't have a brick and mortar store. I know this is Retail Summit, and most of the time when we talk about retail in the US, we are talking about a storefront, or historically we would have been, versus e-commerce. But I think that all three of these brands are ones to pay attention to. First, Nguyen Coffee is a proudly Vietnamese American coffee company serving coffee selling coffee that's sourced from Vietnam, both Arabica, sort of signaling traditional specialty coffee as we have become accustomed to defining it, but also Robusta, and not with any kind of apology and no hiding about that, just celebrating that Robusta has flavor characteristics, product, again, like valuable attributes, things that make it special and appealing to customers who are interested in not just what Vietnam is growing, but also you can see this fin filter here, which is a brewing device. So they're really embracing not just Vietnam's coffee growing culture, but Vietnam's coffee consuming culture. And social justice is a big part of their brand also. So all of these combine together to create a brand that has a very particular identity and is connecting to maybe multiple elements of multiple identities of their customers beyond what might have been sort of a traditional specialty coffee, cares a lot about the flavor of coffee and maybe how that coffee was sourced archetype. Black and Bold is another one of these companies. None of these is new as of the pandemic, but all of them have experienced a lot of growth in the past couple of years. So Black and Bold, Middle American company, started in Iowa, but then in the context of the Black Lives Matter movement of 2020, and since then, this brand has experienced a really, really rapid growth. And I use this image because last year, toward the end of 2021, that they were the first Black-owned beverage company to sign a licensing agreement with the NBA. They also have a partnership with Ben and Jerry's and a Ben and Jerry's ice cream flavor. So, they're really sort of speaking to, they're representing a segment of the population and coffee drinkers and consumers, who have been waiting for a brand to, speak to one or more of their identities. And then finally, Black Rifle Coffee Company, which is, from the data that I have been looking at, theirs is the 12th largest brand in terms of retail sales percentage in the United States in 2020. And it's only 1.6%, I think, of the market, which might not sound like a lot, and I might be off a little bit in that, but it's 1 point something. So 1.6%, and that might not sound like a lot until you look at the brands that are behind that, and that includes like Cafe Bustelo and Seattle's Best Coffee Company. So there are some really large and familiar household brands that are behind this one, which is leaning into this military veteran identity and speaking to a whole set of coffee drinkers that I think could be argued that specialty coffee has not reached particularly well. So these are 3 examples. There are so many more. I think that this will be probably better covered by some of the speakers that we've invited to share their stories and their perspectives in the subsequent panels than I could possibly cover it today. So these are a few good examples. Then the last thing that I wanted to talk about is this idea of diversification. I know I'm running up against the end of my time, and I could really talk about interesting things in coffee all day long. But I'm calling this sort of like coffee and I've used a picture of mushrooms here because of all of the different flavor combinations or additives to coffee that I have become accustomed to seeing. I've been working in coffee for 20 years. I've been part of coffee competitions before. I think interesting flavors. I'm into that stuff. But I probably would not have imagined how much I would be hearing and reading about coffee and mushroom adaptogens, things that are really kind of walking the line between coffee as a health supplement, not just because it has antioxidants, as we know from the many studies that have been done over decades, but as sort of a vehicle for other compounds and other, just other means of pursuing goals of better health, a sort of more natural way of balancing the body's systems. So whether it's collagen or adaptogens, or just turmeric lattes or things that maybe have come from a kind of flavor world and dabbled in the health world, this seems like something that is a product of this time that we are in. And while it doesn't come out in any of the segments in the US Market Trends Report, it's something that I'm certainly paying attention to. And again, another reason I think that it's pertinent to include it now, even if it doesn't feel like this is really a thing yet, is because, a few years ago, we were having these arguments about whether or not cold coffee, ready to drink coffee, where that sat in the hierarchy or in the world of specialty coffee. And at this point, I think that, we've put that discussion to bed, and whether or not an individual likes a particular coffee brand or particular format for drinking coffee, there are cold coffees abound, and the specialty coffee community is richer for the diversity in product formats and different ways of reaching customers that we now have. So I just wonder if we're going to be in the same situation a few years from now as we talk about coffee and mushroom products and the like. So as I said, conscious of how many great perspectives we have brought together for today's event, representing companies on the larger side and the smaller side that are have been brick and mortar until the pandemic, companies that have always been strong at sales online and into grocery. And I am looking forward to hearing more from them about all of these topics. And just because I've given this a presentation that has a lot of optimism in it, I want to acknowledge that each of these trends, each of these opportunities for gain at home, the projection for growth, the potential for e-commerce and the growth there, all of these new identities and ways in which brands can connect to consumer identities, the diversification of coffee into other products, these collaborations or new channels, ways of reaching customers and different aisles of the grocery store. I know that this is balanced by some really substantial challenges too, and they're not a one for one. But a lot of people are at home because we have not had the option to go into an office. Some people are at home because working is particularly challenging in this moment in time, and so that's part of the Great Resignation that changes who our customers are, and what they're looking for from us, and then it also changes what we are capable of within our own organizations and our staffing and support for our employees. The pandemic rudeness. I was looking for a way to characterize this, and I didn't come up with this phrase. There may be other ones, but this one seemed like it seemed like a phrase that was used enough and didn't have any curse words in it that would have to be edited out afterwards. So I'll use this to describe the change in the dynamic between hospitality workers and customers. For as much as we celebrate customers, these are challenging times, to say the least. Supply shortages, which is a topic we talked about at length at Green Coffee Summit a few months ago. But green coffee and coffee retail are these things are tied together, and we don't really have one without the other. Even the identities piece of this, with the political, the flip side of the strong identities that individuals can develop or brands can develop to connect to one another. It can be difficult to bridge these identities and find kind of a common ground in a very politically polarized time. And then finally, this diversification. While we have the chance to look at different formats and different products, we also have, maybe different competitors looking at coffee and seeing ways in which to enter this market and innovate in this market. And so there are things to be aware of. Benefits and drawbacks, opportunities and challenges. There's always a balance. So that brings me to the end of my presentation. I know I'm bumping right up against the hour mark, and I see there are a couple of questions that have come in. So I will see if I can answer one of them quickly before we have to, wrap me up and get me off the stage in order to get the next panel set up to come online. But I will also be in the chat. I will be available, and I will do my best to answer any other questions and share resources and boost our speakers and stuff for the remainder of today. So I see a question: is the gain loss from at home versus in home? Sorry, I'm moderating for myself, so I have to read it out loud. Versus in home evenly distributed for small businesses compared to giants like Nestle? That is not a question that I'm going to be able to answer from the data that we have access to. I would say that I don't even have data for the Nestle portion of that. I have that quote from an article yesterday. So in that person's estimation, this is an opportunity, and I use that and I present that as sort of a signal for, if this business with the resources that they have sees opportunity here, then it suggests that there would be opportunity not just for them, because they do have teams of analysts at all of the different levels of their business, whether they're forecasting, coffee availability, or whether they are, doing studies on consumer behavior. So I think that that's one of the ways in which we can take the shared perspective of this giant and then say, okay, like, what does that mean for me? Is this, if this is true, then how would I, in the context of my business, seek to gain some of that at-home market share so that it's, a net win for me as well, even if I recognize that I am going to lose some of the customers I have lost some of the customers that I have in my retail shop. So I don't see this as like an endorsement of shuttering a shop and going to, pickup only, automation, or e-commerce only. But I do think that it is secure enough that once it makes it to the popular press or the industry press, that it's worth us paying attention to. But I can't say that it would be evenly distributed. I can only look back with the data and say that in the 2019, 2020, if we compare those 2 years, that the losses were across categories more evenly distributed than I had expected. And so while for a small business, there are a lot of small businesses that were lost in that time, and those were individual businesses versus locations of a Starbucks. I do think that bodes well for the the ability of small businesses to adapt. And I'll just put one more plug in for the results of that COVID survey. Also suggest, and the video that we have in the resource library about the survey series, suggest that small businesses were more resilient and better able to adapt because of the ability to be nimble and go from idea to implementation more rapidly than larger chains were. Okay, so I think I'm out of time. I'll thank you all again for being here. Thank you for listening to this presentation. And I look forward to chatting with all of you and hearing from our presenters.
So in my interaction with baristas, there are a couple things that really make them proud. It's not just the pride that you have in doing something that you really passionate about, is if other people are able to see it the way that you see it. I guess what we're trying to do is to engage in that thought process of intention. My name is Anita Tim. I'm the owner of Slow Pour Supply. So I started practicing music at a very young age. Went to the academy when I was 13. I was studying music. Most of my time was dedicated to music. For a very long period of time, I thought that was the only thing that I could do. I didn't realize that I could have other skill sets. I didn't realize that I could be doing other things until I found coffee. Slow Pour Supply is a coffee tools company based in Magnolia, Texas. I started Slow Pour Supply in 2018, but that started with this very small idea to just simply get the best tools that I could find in the market for that particular moment. We supply small tools like milk pitchers, hand grinders, all sort of tools that helps baristas and home brewers, or coffee enthusiasts, to brew better coffee at home. I guess for milk pitchers, it's always seen as something that is a back burner item. And the milk pitcher is kind of the medium for baristas to leave their mark on the coffee, using latte art in particular. I felt that there are better ways for us to emphasize that and to provide tools to baristas who are interested in leaving a personal touch on a latte cup. And that is also enabling that bridge to happen from the specialty coffee side to the consumer side. Yeah, we use these words like customers, products. It puts a commercial value to it, right? The outcome of what the barista has produced is not just a product. To the barista, latte art is a realization of their own personal characteristics or preferences, or this is something that I can make happen and visualize in an art form. And through that process, we are there. Like, the picture is there. When they pick up the picture, we want them to feel confident that this is the tool that they exactly know that they can trust that this is going to happen if all the other factors are right. That's why latte art has value. I can't stress it enough, because without the consumer, our industry can't survive. So we have to give the passion, like we have to translate this passion into something that consumer can enjoy, and it puts a smile on their face. So we have to involve the consumer in this discussion, and I believe the best way or the easiest way is to visualize it.
Hi, everyone. Welcome. This is the People panel, different approaches to staffing at the retail level. I'm Monsi. I'm the Regional Community Director for SCA. You're probably noticing a bit of a different lineup than what you're expecting, and I'm really sorry about that. You're going to have to deal with me. One of our panelists is unable to join, so I'm going to step in and chat with both Jasmine and Alina, who will be here in just a moment. To just set the stage, I want to let you know that it's actually a pleasure of mine to host this topic. It's interesting to talk about people and workplace culture. It's also very important. I've definitely spent a lot of time in this community and noticed that when we spend some time on this topic and there are engaged persons that are interested in supporting people and workplace culture, we see a lot of benefit. And so I'm really excited about this topic, excited to talk to both Alina and Jasmine about this. They're going to be joining us in just a second here. A little bit of background. Alina serves as Madcap Coffee Company's brand president and human resources representative on the property. Alina joined Madcap team in 2019 after spending most of her career in food and beverage hospitality in Arizona and California. So Alina's new to the coffee world, but excited to dive deeper into the passionate community of coffee professionals. And it's great to have Alina join us today. Jasmine McGinnis is the owner of Barista's Daily Grind in Nebraska and Kapakoa, a national cocoa company. As a longstanding member of the Barista Guild, Jasmine currently serves as our regional coordinator for the SCA USA chapter. So I have the pleasure of working with Jasmine almost on a weekly basis. She's passionate about cafe culture, promoting a healthy work environment, in addition to investing in her staff and both from a personal and professional level. So I would love to welcome both of them here. Thank you so much for joining us. Hi. So we're going to just start off with some questions, and then just so in case you're watching and you want to ask some questions to our panelists here, please feel free to type them in, and we'll get to those towards the end of our some of our questions here that I have lined up for us. So I'm going to start with both of you, just taking turns to just tell us more about what got you into coffee retail. Specifically, like tell us a little bit more about like, why is this topic of, people and workplace culture, what are you passionate about when it comes to this topic, and explain a little bit of your background here too. We can start with Alina. Is that okay?
Sure, that's great. Can everyone hear me okay? Hopefully.
Yes.
Well, thank you for having me. I just want to say that first and foremost. So I started off in coffee retail almost as a happy accident, is what I've been saying to people. Worked most of my life in hospitality, food and beverage, of course, and being on the operations side of, in hotels and restaurants. And I always had this interface with HR that didn't seem to be as exciting as I thought it could be. And so I followed some passions when it came to getting my certification in human resources and joined Madcap and loved the model that they were doing. I've been able to experience some of the coffee in terms of from, sourcing to roasting. We do retail, wholesale, of course, and e-commerce. And the retail piece always speaks to me because that's where most of my experience has been in. And then human resources, it sparks something inside of me that goes, hey, I want to be able to be a good source of information, a good source of policies, procedures, and to be able to help out not only just in the community, but within Madcap in and of itself. And so new to the coffee world, very excited to be here and very passionate about HR.
Thanks for joining.
Yeah.
Go for it, Jazz.
So I actually always knew that I wanted to be in the coffee industry. It was a dream of mine since I was like 13. So when I was 19 years old, the coffee company that I currently own, I actually got to start working for the original owners back then. And I'd never worked for people who cared as much about their staff, were as invested in the quality of life for the baristas, not only at work, but outside of work, that it really changed my life and pivoted my life. And like Alina said, made me passionate even more about the coffee industry in particular. And then over the years, I saw lots of other business environments where there were a lot of, I don't know if you would use a better word than toxic business behaviors. And I could just see how crushing and demoralizing it was to staff, to high employee turnover. So when I became the owner of Barista's Daily Grind, it was really important for me that I foster the same foundation that had drawn me into the industry. And I mean, I just think there's no other job better than coffee in the world. So that's how I got here.
I love that. Thank you both for sharing that. So safe to say that both of you have incorporated this into your roles and prioritized both people and workplace culture, just so that this can be something you both get to work on, not just because you're passionate about it, but you've incorporated into your roles, right? And seeing the head nods there. I want to talk about some of our, I think for people to better relate to this topic, I always like to talk about like some of the challenges and examples. And so it would be wonderful if you both could share about a greatest challenge or obstacle that you've had, and then also like kind of going into how you started to address that from both your personal perspectives, but also as a business. What do you want to share with us as far as the challenge goes? And we can go in the same order if that's okay. Go for it, Alina.
Sure. So I think, obviously in the past year and a half, we've been experiencing different problems than I think that we might have in the past. Madcap has a really great culture of learning about making clear pathways from customer service to brew to barista, and then all the way through the organization. So I think the biggest challenge right now is retention. I know that that's been the kind of a big buzzword in the HR community in general, right? The great resignation, it's hard to find great talent. And I think the thing that we want to focus on is not just recruitment practices, but retention. How do we keep the people that we have because we love them so much, we invest so much in them? So for me, it was really easy, as a branch of HR, learning and development, really leaning into what MadCap already does super well, is to continue to advocate for clear pathways for advancement, clear understanding of what our core values are, and working on keeping the people that we have, keeping them happy, having the table stakes of the benefits, creating better programs so that people understand like, hey, we're not just a job, this can be a career for you here. But I think moving forward in the industry in general, retention is a difficult thing. I don't want to think about not having great talent out there, because I think it truly does exist, but I think it's about how do we keep that talent.
Yeah, and I'm just curious, just a little follow-up real quick, Jazz. Alina, do you tend to incorporate the process? Like, do you involve your staff and your employees? Like, can you tell us a little bit about that too, just on how you're resolving that? Like, I agree with you, the retention, and this is not just coffee, right? Everyone is dealing with this issue. So it would be helpful to kind of understand, like, how do you actually process this challenge, and what tools have you used to help you out with that?
So we've tried to restructure our learning and development department. It used to be just about how to become a barista, and we hired an individual that understood that our mission is to include other aspects, right? So how do we teach new managers to be managers? How do we continue to have that conversation of professional development, knowing that this isn't just the end for some people, right? After they finish their barista courses, there might be something else they're interested in. And we recently adopted a model called EOS, where we talk about our 10-year goals, our 3-year goals, and our 1-year goal. And it's something that we kind of plaster everywhere as a very transparent guide to, this is where we as a company want to go. So if you want to participate in that, it's a very exciting opportunity. There's room for growth. So you get buy-in at that point, right? We invited a couple of our senior managers, as well as our retail managers, to come on a summit with us and talk about what the future of our growth of our company is, and cascade that through the organization, through our weekly meetings. We have our cafe meetings, and we make sure to talk about our core values and having true buy-in and asking the question of what professional development looks like for them.
That's amazing. Thank you. I hope everyone caught those nuggets. We're recording this just in case you missed it, because she just laid out a whole plan for everyone that wants to do this. Go ahead, Jasmine. I want to hear from you on what challenges you've had and how you've tried to overcome those, and love to hear it from you. Go for it.
So I agree. Hot word these days is the great resignation. But even pre-COVID, I would hear lots of coffee shops lamenting how difficult it was to keep staff, to retain them. It seemed like there was kind of a trend in the industry for baristas to go from one cafe and learn a skill and kind of hit a dead end of education, and so hop into another cafe to continue gaining more insight into the industry, because they didn't feel like they could grow. So that might have contributed a little bit to some of that problem. I always tried to be really proactive in this, because I fundamentally understand that my shop is my baristas, and that's a little different. I hear a lot of toxic business owners say, who runs your shop? You or your staff? And I truly feel that it should be all of us. This is a symbiotic relationship. We go out and try to earn loyalty from our customers, and we should be working just as hard to build loyalty with our staff. And so, how do we do that? I like to look at all of them as actual human beings that need to be taken care of, not just in a professional setting, but outside of life. Because if they're not supported outside of work, how are they going to thrive in my environment? So, in my business, keeping that in mind, I do a lot of things that are a little different from other coffee industries. I start laying out my HR program before they even interview, even if they're not going to get the job. I like to make what I call the perfect trifecta. It's a promise I make each person that works for me. I guarantee that they're going to love who they work for, who they work with, and what they do. And that at some point in our life, a lot of us have to give up one, two, or all three of those things due to circumstances or perhaps a bigger paycheck, but that I'm going to do my hardest to make that promise to my staff. And that means lots of communication. It means setting them up with a really good training program that I clearly state is not going to take a couple weeks or a month. You're going to take 6 months to a year to learn how to be a barista for me, but that's going to reward you by having a long relationship. If you work for me 3 or 4 or 5 years, you're going to continue to grow, and we're going to get that investment back because you're going to be as invested in my company as I am, because I'm giving you a voice and giving you a seat at the table and helping you achieve not only your professional goals within our company, but personal goals outside in your life as well.
Thank you. I love that you're both involving your employees in the process. I think a lot of times common mistakes are to kind of make these plans outside of engagement with your staff. And then, it's like, well, I don't know why it didn't work out. And it's, because we didn't have that communication from the start, and I think that's really important. For anyone that's taking notes or watching this wants to get, connected. I think both Jasmine and Alina spoke about how they're involving their team into the decision making and telling them from the very beginning. Like, I love, Jasmine, that you're approaching this from the hiring point, so it's not the surprise once you joined. Thank you. How about, now this is kind of like a buzzword right now, and I'm happy that it's a buzzword because I think as an industry, we need to address this and tackle it. And it shouldn't, hopefully it's one day we kind of come across something in the future where this is not something of a question of living wage, So I would love for both of you to kind of tell us more about living wage for employees and how you address that at your organizations. Does this question come up, or is that something that you've integrated so it's not even a question, And please share with us about this and just any resources that you'd like to pass on to our audience that's watching here. Same order, Alina and then Jasmine.
I wasn't sure. I didn't want to jump in and have Jasmine jump in too.
No worries.
So for, living wage, it's definitely a conversation that's happening. We've been really blessed at Madcap to have managers that are really checked into that as well, which I think is really, really important, especially as we start to scale. We have different retail locations, one in Detroit right now, one up in Northern Michigan, and a couple in Grand Rapids. So having managers that are truly checked into that process and having those conversations with the baristas is the start, right? What is comfortable? What is making sense? We do a lot of data analysis, and every year we try to do a little bit better, right? And I think that's the part that is always difficult, is that even though we're doing better than probably what most people would be considering in this conversation, right? When they talk about minimum wage or living wage, we're doing better in terms of the hourly rates and the tips that the baristas are making, but that doesn't mean it's enough, right? It doesn't mean that that conversation needs to end. It's something that we have to budget for. It's something that we have to consider every year. A resource that's been really helpful that I just thought about, especially for a small business that might not have an HR representative looking at this all the time, is considering being on a PEO model. It's like a secondary resource for you as a small business to have an HR professional kind of looking out for those items, because there is that difference between living wage and minimum wage and what's actually sustainable. So continuing that conversation is always super important for us. And again, like I said, we're really blessed to have amazing managers that are continuing to push that conversation at property level, as well as in the offices, and saying, "Hey, you guys need to pay attention to this. This is important. We can't just keep losing track." Not that we do. I think we've been very blessed to be able to provide the appropriate wages and tips and combination of each. The baristas have been doing. I mean, COVID was a weird time, but I think we've been super blessed to have a good team that's always looking out for that.
Yeah, and I also think that the Living Wage Project is an excellent resource if you're curious about what your area should be making, because I think sometimes that's also difficult on a national level. I'm here in the Midwest. There's a lot of coffee talk on the coast, and of course, our wages are going to be very different. So if you hear something that sounds unattainable, like I could never do that, the resource of the Living Wage is going to help you kind of understand what that looks like in your area. We do something very similar. I do start most of my baristas out at an hourly wage, $9 to $10. Here, just in our county, $14 is the actual living wage requirement. So $9 or $10 might not sound like very much, but my baristas are incredibly passionate about customer service, and we take it to an entirely different level. So they're also making incredible tips. We're talking $40 to $50 per person in a 4-hour shift. So they're definitely meeting that wage standard. And that's, I think, a really important discussion, because coffee is often about people who are in it for the passion, and passion doesn't always pay. And I know that used to be a really hard conversation for a lot of career baristas, is how do I have a family? How do I support myself on, a barista wage or a coffee shop wage without becoming a coffee shop owner? And so these are important discussions to have. And also, there's a different value base. I noticed there was a question about how do we support our staff outside the coffee shop, and I think it directly relates to this question of what are you making? Because we offer a lot of different benefits that help make our baristas' lives more enjoyable. I can't offer right now full-fledged insurance, and most of my staff is part-time, but we do offer a medical package where we pay for our staff to be able to go to the doctor as much as they want, to be able to get prescriptions so that their health is being taken care of. I make it a point to do something that I call camp council, and this might not have a financial value to it, but what it means is that I make myself accessible to my staff so that if they are struggling, if they need a doctor recommendation or a lawyer or some professional help, if I cannot provide it because I am the heart of this community and I know so many people, I'm going to put people in their path that are going to help them achieve the other goals that they have outside of our coffee shop. And I think that that can also be brought into your cafe culture as well. One of the things I preach huge is having a set schedule and allowing my staff to be able to navigate their own life. If I'm training everybody to an exceptional level, then they can swap shifts and move things around, and it's not going to affect our cafe culture. So if they need to go away for a holiday or personal time or sick leave, it is not a crisis. It is not a toxic environment where we're having a problem with each other, because they're all treated as the adults that they are and capable of contributing to our company in a way that serves them and us best.
I love that, the shared responsibility, and yeah, that's excellent. Thank you both. We are getting some questions from the audience, so I can come back to some of the questions I had, but since we're on the topic of living wage, I see a question here about like how baristas earn tips and managers don't. And so this is like the salary versus like, the hourly employees. Now, I've always reviewed things around living wage, and I think maybe Alina, both you and Jasmine can talk more about this. Is it, are you addressing this from all staff, right? Whether or not your salary or hourly, and then how does it differ between those two payment types?
So on Madcap's end, and this might be different for across the board, right? Because of the state that we live in, because of our setup. So, not being union, or despite or depending on where you live, I apologize. There are different rules about tipping and salary. So at Madcap, our managers are salary and they are also tipped. They are able to collect the tips. And so it's mandatory for our managers to work shifts on bar, because they're the ones leading the pace in the cafe of how it should be, how customer service should be, and so that there's someone as a resource at all times for the employees that are working, whether they're new or have been there for a while. So when it comes to scaling the organization in terms of salaried other members of the team, there's a minimum wage in terms of what salary people should be making as well. And if they aren't making that, which that isn't the case at Madcap, but if they aren't making that, there are models where you can have a salary person, but have them be, I think it's non-exempt or exempt. So they can still collect overtime if they're working longer hours. So that's a way that you could probably mitigate some of that if your managers aren't allowed to collect tips, is if they are making a certain amount in wages and salary, have them be eligible for overtime if they're putting that time in. And I think it depends again on the state and the infrastructure in which your business is set up on.
Yeah, we're very similar. Also, our managers are also tipped because, and even our owners, such as myself, work on bar because we believe very heavily in setting that example and being present. It makes me more in touch with my cafe, what's happening on the day-to-day basis, and not just somebody who's sitting in an office overseeing things. But there's also other things you can do, and I think it's important. I love about this panel that Alina comes from a bigger company with a wholesale and a retail background. And so financially, that's going to look different on paper. I have 2 cafes and 25 staff members, but we're strictly retail. And yet we can still offer salary positions and benefits in the form of paid time off, paid vacation. We also love to invest in our baristas, expanding upon their coffee knowledge and giving them more opportunities to grow. So whether that looks like taking an SCA class or going on an origin trip, attending RICO or things like that, we as a company will pay for our baristas to continue their knowledge and be able to have those experiences without it costing them a dime.
Yeah, that's super helpful to kind of talk about some of the, it still has a cost to the business, of course, but they are benefits that are not necessarily additional numbers added to a salary or something like, distributing tips in a different way. And there's lots of benefits, providing time off, other being flexible with folks that, like somebody mentioned it earlier, I think it was you, Jasmine, like people going to the doctors and things like that, accommodating for schedules. Like workplace culture doesn't have to be just related to my workplace culture is great because I have a good salary. There are other things that come along with that. And both of you have mentioned a lot of good ideas related to that. So thank you. I want to circle back to, since we're kind of on that topic of resources, what kind of resources is your company? And I think this is interesting because Jasmine, you mentioned this, the larger companies, what they're doing, and then what are, if you're a smaller company or wholesale versus retail, there's a lot of different models. And we, of course, cannot have a representative for every single one. But I think I've noticed something that both of you, even being very different business types, you're really aligned on a lot of your approaches. So it would be helpful for you to maybe share a few resources that you all are using in your business that our audience can kind of take away. And if you want to connect it to why you like this as a success story, that please do that too. Who wants to go first? Alina?
So just to clarify, you're saying resources that other individuals could use in order to sort of implement a better human resource. Okay, perfect.
Yes.
For us at Madcap, there are so many different arms of HR, whether it's benefits, compliance, compensation. So we really employ the local community in ways that I think that everybody can do. So the Grand Rapids Chamber of Commerce, I'm part of their HR roundtable, and it's a conversation that I have with other HR professionals about, hey, what are some resources on how to find employee assistance programs? These aren't things that I'm an expert in. These are things that I'm interested in. And so really leaning into the community at hand. We have brokers for our insurance, right? So people who will do all the heavy lifting in terms of negotiating and bidding for us. And these are all available, in every local community. You can find that. A PEO is a great resource for people who are looking to start a business and might not have the bandwidth and capacity to do all the HR things, like creating a handbook, you'll have someone assigned to you to help assist you through that process. Um, I think there's a lot out there. It just takes some, local involvement as well as looking through and just trying to figure out what kind of organization you want to be first. I think HR is the infrastructure that you need in order to have a successful business. I kin it to the financial infrastructure, right? If you don't have a good financial infrastructure, then you don't have a good HR infrastructure, nothing is going to really work out super well. But there are so many people out there and so many businesses out there that do this, that help you through that process.
Yeah, I think Alina and I had a conversation earlier in the week, and I really appreciated how she brought out that it's vital to have this as a foundation of your company before you even open. It can't be an afterthought, and it shouldn't be something that you're reactive to. So we shouldn't be dealing with these issues as problems come up. We should know before those issues even arise that we have something in place to take care of whatever comes up, because that should be built into the core structure of our company. So my business looks just a little bit different because we're just retail. And I start all of that foundation in our training manual. As I mentioned in the interview process, I'm already outlining exactly what kind of company we are, what we expect. We try really hard to interview, 8 to 10 people, and we put them through 2 or 3 interviews. And a lot of people in our community might think that's just a coffee shop job. But I see my role in the community, especially because I hire so many young people and so many college students, as ushering them into the real world. And I want to prepare them because I take my company professionally and seriously, just like any other job they're going to do after they leave me. Putting these at the foundation of my business, I think sets a good example for what our expectation is. And then we eliminate some of the personal HR problems that can happen, because instead of it being like, I'm the owner and I think this should be done this way, we go back to our training manual and we treat it like the Bible. And we're like, what's the Bible say? Like, it's in the Bible. And just, it eliminates a lot of confusion and problems. I also am really passionate about telling my employees that I expect them to come back after their first year of working for me, and for us to sit down and negotiate their wage and their salary, and that this is a conversation we should have every year that they work for me. And it's a great opportunity for me to see how they're feeling in the company, what they're doing, where I could see them grow in the next stage of wherever they're at, and what opportunities we have on the table for them to take on more responsibility and to grow. What are their interests? Because not everything's going to be useful to the same people. So trying to determine that or guess that is irrelevant, when I should just have a conversation with that person and be like, what do you want?
I love that. The directness is, like, I think, just appreciated by everybody, right? Like, that's just something that, owners and business, professionals that are in leadership roles can have plans, but those can go awry if those are not communicated well and the staff can't support them. So I thank you for both of your questions on that. I did miss a question from a staff, from a person that in the audience. They were asking about, like, how Madcap is looking at someone who might be in a barista role and then going into a different position, maybe design or e-commerce. And I think this would be really interesting. I think even Alina, you please do answer that. And then if Jasmine, you want to talk about this, because you did mention this, that you kind of help people support them in going into different roles. So how does that projection look like at both of your organizations?
So for us, in terms of like the salaried members of our team or someone who wants to join an e-commerce part or the marketing side, we realize that it starts with passion first, right? So you have to be passionate about that topic. So if something about e-com truly drives you, let's hear about it in the interview process. Let's talk about it. And what about that aspect makes you feel like you want to contribute to that conversation? We really lean into further education. So there's a lot of resources out there. We used to have a marketing individual that had never been in marketing, signed them up for a bunch of classes and said, hey, take these classes while you're here at work. Let's work on this together. And we have a lot of professionals currently in our organization that have a lot of experience in terms of whether it's e-commerce and marketing or any other aspect that you may be looking into. So right now, for example, we're hiring for an accountant, and we're just like, hey, you don't have to be an accountant to be able to do these things. If you have a passion for numbers, you have figured out that this is something that makes you sing, we have a feeling that you'll excel, because it's about creating opportunity at MadCap, and whatever those steps look like. That's the big 2022 trend in HR, is that we're realizing now that less employers are looking at hard skills in terms of like, what did you do in college to do this? It's developing a great learning and development platform and teaching the individuals what you're looking for, how to get there, how to be successful, and what resources we can provide, whether it's through online classes, this, that, and the other. It can be a really easy transition, but I think it depends on right person, right seat. You have to be passionate about the e-commerce. You have to be passionate about the marketing. You have to tell us about that so that we can help you through that process. But it's not unheard of at MadCap for barista to move to sales, or to, I mean, I'm trying to think who else has moved, like to our procurement and other aspects, green coffee purchasing. So there's a lot of pathways for baristas here.
Thank you. And Jasmine, if you have anything to add to that, or there is a burning question from the audiences regarding burnout, and I think that would be a great one to connect on as well.
Yeah, I wanted to address that because I think it takes a lot of people are worried about burnout. And why does burnout happen? One, most of us that are fueled by passion's sort of self-sustaining. So if we're not doing a good job of infusing our staff with passion, burnout's going to happen real quick because they're not engaged with the process. But also, we need to not take people who are good at their job and then overload them with things because they're responsible or we can rely on them. So that takes, again, an honest approach to us talking about where are you at? What do you need? How can we support each other? And that's another reason why I try really hard to treat all of my staff to the same exceptional level. And I am letting them bring to the table what they're good at and focus on that instead of piling it all on just a few people who may be star baristas. So in my shop, we do something a little unconventional. I don't have titles. We don't have lead baristas. We don't have shift leads. In fact, I find that can sometimes be another source of frustration in our industry because nobody likes a shift lead that doesn't lead or a manager who just sits in the office and shouts orders. If we're all contributing to this bigger picture that is fueled by passion, then I'm picking people on my team in the hiring process and in the training process and allowing them to grow and flourish in what they bring to the table that's different for my team.
That's really great. Alina, do you want to add to how you all deal with burnout at your different cafes and even just the salaried employees? But then also maybe you can add in a little bit of how you're recruiting. Because obviously we spoke about this, there's a lot of people that are resigning, most likely because of the burnout they're facing or just other life factors. And then how do you actually go through your recruitment process? What tools do you use for that?
Yeah, burnout's a real thing going into 2022. It's been one of those buzzwords like the Great Resignation. And I think piggybacking on what Jasmine said, if you have true passion for what you do, it's difficult to burn out on something that you love. But having a team and a manager that listens, that is in encouraging engagement every day, right? And then we have a PTO policy for both our hourly and salary people. And we don't want to nickel and dime people for their time, right? So if you need to take that time, please do. I think it takes a high level of trust and communication and understanding that, although you are passionate about this topic, if you're not taking care of yourself outside of work, then that can be a very difficult bridge to cross. Something that I've been trying to do a little bit more research in before we get ourselves in there is an employee assistance program, which is usually like a third party that can come in and help assist with issues of burnout, personal issues that employees may or may not have, and continuing to give them resources of like, hey, these are people you can reach out to should you have things outside of work that we can't help you with. But here inside, it matters that the managers have a good connection with their team. And yeah, when you have passion for what you do, but the burnout still, I know it's a real deal. but yeah, encouraging people to take that time and taking care, using the benefits that we offer. And when it comes to recruitment, it's really tough, definitely, to get your ad out in the right time, in the right space. But I think the biggest thing that's been helpful for us is really advertising what benefits we do offer, because we have two medical plans, both of them high deductible. So we have a health and HSA that we do a matching for. We have a 401k, we have dental, we have vision, PTO policy. We just have some table stake HR things that I think you need to put out there to let people know, like, hey, this isn't just a job. This is somewhere that you can actually thrive. This is a career that you could choose, and you can have a sustainable wage because of the hourly rate, posting how much you would make and then talking about how much you make in tips. I think that's the start, is being really transparent with the community of like what we're doing, how we're doing it, and please be part of our team because we're super passionate. We want you to be a part of it. I know that's super hard to get through on like an ad for a job posting, but there are ways to put those little sub categories of, this is what we do, these are the benefits we offer, come join our team.
Yeah, I really love how you pointed that out, because I think our baristas are the best marketing tool for getting other people into the coffee shop. If you have built a culture that is positive and proactive and forward thinking and everything that we're talking about today, then it supersedes your hiring process, because you're already known in the community as a really great place to work. So in my business, one of the things I do is lots of people walk in with applications when we're not hiring, and I still take them and I still tell them we're not hiring right now, but because this is such a great company and we know you want to be a part of it, when we are, we will go through the interview process. And that's how I get 10 to 15 to 20 people applying, because maybe they applied throughout the year when I didn't need them, and then they hear, oh my gosh, a spot is open, I've always wanted to work there. And we build that enthusiasm. It's contagious. And if your staff is happy, if your staff is passionate about their job, they're your biggest marketers. They're going to tell their friends, they're going to tell their colleagues, they're going to want to work with people who meet that perfect trifecta of people who you love working with. And it doesn't have to be people that look or think or act like you, because that's another thing I'm trying to intentionally do, is I want us to grow. So when I'm hiring, I'm not looking for somebody who maybe already is like somebody else on the staff. I'm looking for something different, so that everybody who comes into my shop sees a reflection of themselves behind that bar. And that contributes again to why people want to work in our environment, because we're not operating out of a sense of desperation. I think I also want to touch on that really quickly. When you have a really healthy environment with your staff, you shouldn't have surprise resignations. Every one of my baristas knows that I cannot replace them in 2 weeks. So while it may be industry standard to give a 2-week notice, my baristas are talking to me 3, 4, 5, 6 months in advance of when they think that they may be leaving, because we have that respect and communication. And I'm not reacting to, oh my God, you're going to leave. I am hearing that they're ready to move on to something else. I'm perhaps helping them find something else, or being that person who will write a letter for them of recommendation. And that way I can proactively have my hiring set up way before it becomes a crisis or emergency situation.
That's so great. I love that. Because you definitely have a freak out moment when 2 weeks is not enough. It's not enough to set up an ad to find somebody to replace them. Like, you're absolutely right. But somehow it's not just a coffee industry standard. It's like a global industry standard of like, oh yeah, I give like a couple weeks notice and that's enough. Like, there's no way that's enough, right? I love that you touched on the staff, Jasmine, also promoting the opportunities. That's super important. Alina kind of spoke about like where they put the ad out and how to make your ad like just like beefy enough so that people can like really respect, like, okay, this is a position. This is not just like a job that I'm going to do and then quit a few months later. This is like something that I'm like looking into investing in. And then you really touched on this, like, have your staff promote for you, right? So you do have the obvious like Craigslist, social media posts that you can do around it. There's like different places where you can list a job. But yeah, when your staff is like able to say like, I love working here and I want you to come join, because I would love to work with my friends. And that's like your biggest promoter. And I love that you mentioned that. So Thank you for that. I think that is a challenge. One of the audience members have mentioned that like everyone's hiring right now. So like, how do you do that? And so then that's when you need to pull on your personal ties and personal relationships, and your staff is probably your best asset in that area, right? There's a lot of questions. So there's a few questions around like KPIs that you monitor and what percentage actually goes to payroll and what percentage, how do you benchmark to see where your wages are at? But then there's somebody that also asked about, let me scroll up to it. It was pretty specific: payroll percentage, overhead percentage, COGS percentage. What are the KPIs? This is like really getting into the detail, but if either of you have some information to share on that, that would be great. It looks like that's a popular question coming up.
So in terms of our percentages and our financial split, right, I think what's important for us to talk about at MadCap is that we have different business models, and each of the retail spaces are considered their own sort of space to be able to maintain themselves as a true business. So although it's part of a different part of the process, I guess you should say, at MadCap, because we have the wholesale team and we have the the e-commerce side as well. The retail thrives on its own sort of bubble. Each location is responsible for their KPIs. Usually with labor, we've been landing, especially with, it depends on the time of the year, right? So seasonality is really important. It's winter in Michigan and it's very cold and people are not outside. We try to stay around the 30 to 35% mark, depending on how staffed we are and depending on how busy we are. I think the way to moderate anything when it comes to the KPIs and percentages of overhead and costs is that we have to continue to increase revenue in order to make sure that piece of that puzzle continues to increase with the volume that we're doing. The percentages are always percentages and they'll always stay the same. In terms of COGS, our COGS tend to be a little bit higher because we're in specialty coffee, right? When you talk about other industries, you're generally looking at like a 30% COGS. We're closer to like 40 depending, or 50 depending on what kind of seasonal drinks we're doing now, but or what coffees we're carrying, because obviously our cafes carry the coffee that we source and roast. I think it's usually a healthy percentage of labor for any organization is going to be closer to 25 to 30. So if you're within like the 30, and because if you want to do a little bit more sustainable, 30 to 35, that's generally where we're landing on the retail spaces, depending on the time of the year.
Yeah, we're doing very similar things, even though we don't have the wholesale piece. Because I do own a cocoa company, I do make a lot of the products that we are carrying in our cafe right now. So there is a slight wholesale piece to that. So the numbers are very similar. But one of the things that I do is I make my team a part of this equation. So we know what success looks like in each of our shops, and we monetarily reward that immediately. So for instance, in one of my cafes, I pay 5 staff members, and if they do $1,600 before noon, I buy them free lunch. Why am I mentioning this? Because $1,600, is a great morning for us here, and everybody who is maybe getting to that point of experiencing burnout or fatigue, or like, oh my gosh, has that incentive to reach that financial goal and to not burn out because they're so excited about free lunch. And that's a little thing, but it's a big thing, because all of my team is invested in keeping those numbers down. I also have a project I do every year. I open it up to the whole staff, where they actually calculate our cost of goods. So we do a menu analysis. It takes about a whole month to do the entire menu and to reevaluate, especially now with inflation, where things are going. And the reason why I love making that a project for the staff to pick up on is because it changes how they work on the bar. They start looking at a shot of espresso or a cup or a lid as financial money, dollars, and profit. And it elevates the experience of specialty coffee, and that we are running a company and a business. And they know that if they are invested in us succeeding, that that's going to come back in other opportunities, whether it's an origin trip or being able to go, do latte art at Coffee Fest, or whatever it is, whatever's important to them. They know that they're contributing daily to the financial security of our business.
I love that. It's like the exercise where you get $100. Okay, now spend $3 on your cost of goods, spend, and it's like a simple activity, but everyone gets to participate, and you really do get to see then, okay, yeah, me giving out or just wasting something is not helping me, in the long run. So we have a question around affiliated marketing in coffee businesses. So are you all engaged in that right now, or are there plans for that? Could each of you speak to that a little bit? I think that's come up a few times in the questions here.
We are currently, and I could be misquoting myself, we have a genius of a CMO on staff, so he might be engaging some of these affiliated marketing moments. But historically speaking, we haven't done affiliated marketing. I don't think it's something that we are necessarily against in sense of the engaging that truly. I just don't think we have a straightforward model for doing that at this point. So
Could we define affiliated marketing for me a little further?
Yeah, I mean, I'm only going to assume based on what the question here is, it just says on affiliated marketing. So I think I think that they were just referring to what other types of businesses you're adding into. That's how I looked at the question. I could be totally wrong.
oh yeah, I guess that should have been a clarifying. For me, I took it as are we paying individuals like influencers, bloggers, this and the other to promote our products, sell our products, and is there a kickback for that sort of program? It's something that we've talked about engaging in terms of we have incredible past baristas that now own cafes, and how do we engage our Madcap community to be able to do it? I don't think we have an intentional pathway for it as of yet, but it is something on the radar. At least that's how I read the question. I could be very wrong too.
Yeah.
Okay, no,
Yeah.
that makes a lot more sense. So that's exactly why I wanted to ask the question. Because I honestly am probably a little different in that I want really organic content. And so again, I'm relying on my staff to build in that amazing, promoting for us. We're really based on relationships. So if we're doing anything affiliated with people, it's organic. It's because we're passionate about their products. We're passionate about the people and the resources, and we're just excited to come together and support the coffee industry.
How about just a question, because the way that I was reading it was different business models. How about that? You guys are maybe putting your products into different with other companies, or how does that work? Are you guys engaged in that type of opportunities? Do your staff kind of help you to decide those things, or bring it up with you? What's that process like?
So I can answer that. Because we were the first specialty coffee association coffee shop to be here in the Midwest, we're really excited about sort of pioneering that enthusiasm. And my baristas are obsessed with latte art and throwdowns. So it works very well with my job as a regional coordinator right now here, because we get asked all the time to travel to other coffee shops to create enthusiasm for the industry. And in that way, our actual coffee shop is out there promoting, baristas and barista culture and the specialty coffee industry. We do that around the country as well. And then my cocoa company, because I am traveling around the country, putting that into other cafes and other shops, we get a piggyback off of that a little bit, which is sort of fun. And all of my staff want to work for that company as well. So that's a big deal for them when they get to go be cup of co, salesmen, and we get to travel around the country and they get to be passionate about other products that they're doing. So again, I think it's really relationship based for us. And if there's a monetary value or kickback, that's just the icing on the cake for us.
Awesome. Yeah, and I think you guys addressed the marketing. We got a little definition here, so it was good. It was about promoting it through another person's channels or company. So, but thank you, Jasmine. I think that's also important. You kind of forget that by doing things that you also like and care about, that's also coming back to your business and also to your staff. Right, that's kind of fun that they get to travel and do what they already like to do, which is latte art. I love that. We do have a question, which I think we have just a bit of time here. stance on unions and how you supported your baristas unionizing in the past. Now, I don't know if either of you have had experience on this. I know that our other panelists did have experience. So if you wanted to share anything or just your thoughts on it or examples if you have it.
I think it's important to recognize that a lot of unions form usually because the baristas are dissatisfied, not feeling heard, being disrespected. I don't mean to overgeneralize, but I think that it's a really important thing to address in this topic, because if you are taking care of your staff, if you have a healthy work environment and you are genuinely listening to their needs, then a lot of these issues should be addressed pre someone wanting to join a union. So I can't speak to those coffee shops that have already gotten away from that, but I do think it's pivotal that we have a healthy, proactive, forward-thinking cafe culture, and that in itself should take care of the baristas first.
In my previous life, I worked managing in a union California property. It was also corporate, so I'm pretty familiar with the union. I'm not familiar with people trying to unionize at Madcap. We haven't heard any sort of incidences of that, but the union is definitely the one thing I will say about it. It becomes very difficult for managers and employees to have normal conversations about how to take care of each other, respect each other, and create a foster a culture of like we have each other's back. It might be different in different circumstances. I can't say within the specialty coffee community, but the union experiences I've had always made it a little bit more difficult to connect. There were lots of rules, which is fine. Rules are always great, but I will say that it is tough navigating through a union in terms of being even an employee. At one point I was an employee in the union, and then I was managing the employees in the union. So it's a difficult topic to get into in the short amount of time that we have.
I think you're right. I think it deserves its own topic, but the question had come up really quickly. I know they're telling us to wrap up, but one really quick success or little tip or tool that you would like to share before we wrap up today, that would be excellent. And I just want to say thank you so much for everyone who participated with all the questions. I hope we got through them. But then also to our panelists here, there's just a lot of knowledge and information out there. So I encourage anyone who's watching this to, continue your research, continue asking questions. A lot of folks have great ideas around how to build that people and workplace culture. And it's really nice to get the nuggets that you all have shared today. So I want you to just end it with one last little thing that you want to share with the audience to encourage them onto getting onto the right path here. And thank you.
I would just say that there are resources out there to help you build it, and you're not alone in that journey. But the sooner that you do it and the more intentional that you are about it and you check in with it, the easier your life will become, because people can tell that you truly care, because you're checking in every day and making sure that it is a priority in your organization. And again, there are tons of resources out there, whether it's local or national, that can help you set up that infrastructure.
Yeah, and I was really excited to be asked to be a part of today's panel. So thank you for that. I hope, if anything, people take away from the fact that it is possible. You need to have a lot of passion. You need to have a lot of forethought. But speaking for myself, just having 2 cafes here in the Midwest, we're doing over $1 million of coffee in a population of only 30,000. I don't think that's because we're, this amazing, incredible outlier. I think it's because we're practicing what we preach, and that definitely can translate to other cafes. So if they're interested, they just got to ask the right questions, find the right people, get a good mentor.
Thank you so much to both Jasmine and Alina, all of the audience members here. We're so appreciative that you engaged with us. This is just a little, I feel like it's a scratch on the surface of this huge topic. So much to learn and so much to talk about, but I hope this inspired all of those who participated. And a big thank you to both of you. We're going to be on a small break after this. I think we're going to be back at 11:30 Pacific time. So half an hour break here. Go get your coffee. And if anything, just remember, good people, good coffee. That just makes all of our lives so much better. So thank you for doing what you do.
So in my interaction with baristas, there are a couple things that really make them proud. It's not just the pride that you have in doing something that you really passionate about, is if other people are able to see it the way that you see it. I guess what we're trying to do is to engage in that thought process of intention. My name is Anita Tam. I'm the owner of Slow Pour Supply. So I started practicing music at a very young age. Went to the academy when I was 13. I was studying music. Most of my time was dedicated to music. For a very long period of time, I thought that was the only thing that I could do. I didn't realize that I could have other skill sets. I didn't realize that I could be doing other things until I found coffee. Slow Pour Supply is a coffee tools company based in Magnolia, Texas. I started Slow Pour Supply in 2018, but that started with a very small idea to just simply get the best tools that I could find in the market for that particular moment. We supply small tools like milk pitchers, hand grinders, all sort of tools that helps baristas and home brewers, or coffee enthusiasts, to brew better coffee at home. I guess for milk pitchers, it's always seen as something that is a back burner item. And the milk pitcher is kind of the medium for baristas to leave their mark on the coffee, using latte art in particular. I felt that there are better ways for us to emphasize that and to provide tools to baristas who are interested in leaving a personal touch on a latte cup. And that is also enabling that bridge to happen from the specialty coffee side to the consumer side. Yeah, we use these words like customers, products. It puts a commercial value to it, right? The outcome of what the barista has produced is not just a product. To the barista, latte art is a realization of their own personal characteristics or preferences, or this is something that I can make happen and visualize in an art form. And through that process, we are there. Like, the picture is there. When they pick up the picture, we want them to feel confident that this is the tool that they exactly know that they can trust that this is going to happen if all the other factors are right. That's why latte art has value. I can't stress it enough, because without the consumer, our industry can't survive. So we have to give the passion, like we have to translate this passion into something the consumer can enjoy, and it puts a smile on their face. So we have to involve the consumer in this discussion, and I believe the best way or the easiest way is to visualize it. So in my interaction with baristas, there are a couple of things that really make them proud. It's not just the pride that you have in doing something that you really passionate about, is if other people are able to see it the way that you see it. I guess what we're trying to do is to engage in that thought process of intention. My name is Anita Tam. I'm the owner of Slow Pour Supply. So I started practicing music at a very young age. Went to the academy when I was 13. I was studying music. Most of my time was dedicated to music. For a very long period of time, I thought that was the only thing that I could do. I didn't realize that I could have other skill sets. I didn't realize that I could be doing other things until I found coffee. Slow Pour Supply is a coffee tools company based in Magnolia, Texas. I started Slow Pour Supply in 2018, but that started with this very small idea to just simply get the best tools that I could find in the market for that particular moment. We supply small tools like milk pitchers, hand grinders, all sort of tools that helps baristas and home brewers, or coffee enthusiasts, to brew better coffee at home. I guess for milk pitchers, it's always seen as something that is a back burner item. And the milk pitcher is kind of the medium for baristas to leave their mark on the coffee, using latte art in particular. I felt that there are better ways for us to emphasize that and to provide tools to baristas who are interested in leaving a personal touch on a latte cup. And that is also enabling that bridge to happen from the specialty coffee side to the consumer side. Yeah, we use these words like customers, products. It puts a commercial value to it, right? The outcome of what the barista has produced is not just a product. To the barista, latte art is a realization of their own personal characteristics or preferences, or this is something that I can make happen and visualize in an art form. And through that process, we are there. Like the picture is there. When they pick up the picture, we want them to feel confident that this is the tool that they exactly know that they can trust that this is going to happen if all the other factors are right. That's why latte art has value. I can't stress it enough, because without the consumer, our industry can't survive. So we have to give the passion, like we have to translate this passion into something that consumer can enjoy, and it puts a smile on their face. So we have to involve the consumer in this discussion, and I believe the best way or the easiest way is to visualize it.
We have no sound. Sorry, one moment. We'll just get that fixed.
Take two. Hello, everyone. I'm Elizabeth Odeshola, the SCA's Chief People Officer. I'll be hosting today's panel on retail technology, not because I'm a technological whiz myself, but because I know how important it is to create tools that help people work and communicate more effectively with one another, whether they're colleagues or a barista and a customer. In this panel, we will hear from 3 companies that have invested in technology that has helped them with quality control, led to greater efficiencies in their businesses, and connected them to their customers in new ways. I'm looking forward to hear from each of them and looking forward to hearing from you all in the chat about what most resonates with you and what you would all like to learn from the panelists. Let me introduce them so we can start the conversation. So I'm going to start with Ron Schuler. Ron Schuler is the COO of Joe Coffee Company. Before being named COO in May 2021, Ron was Joe Coffee's Vice President of Operations and was responsible for all the company's retail sales and operations, training and education, along with service and support. Prior to joining Joe Coffee, Ron held multiple roles with Starbucks, including the role of Regional Director for Starbucks in New York City market. Before he got into coffee, Ron also spent 5 years with Target, most recently as District Manager in Long Island, New York. Ron, thank you so much for being here. I'd next like to introduce as well, Damien Durda. Damien is a partner at Nemesis Coffee in Vancouver, BC, in Canada. Originally from Poland, Damien manages the sourcing and quality control for the roasting program at Nemesis. And he is also a partner of Ratnagiri Estate in India. Welcome, Damien. And last but not least, I'd like to welcome Sam Spillman. Sam is the Director of Coffee and Customer Experience at Cafe Vita, coffee roasting company, based in Seattle, Washington. She's also the 2019 US Barista Champion. So I'd like to give a warm welcome to all our panelists, and I hope you're all well today. Would you like to just put your cameras on and show everyone your lovely faces? So welcome to this panel. Everyone in the audience, if you do have any questions at any point, please put them in the chat and I will at some point hopefully get around to ask those questions for you. So I'm really going to start based on the new technology. So new technology seeks to improve consistency, profitability, and efficiency. Is there a particular area in the coffee shop or roasting process that technology has made a significant impact to your business? If so, please can you talk about the previous challenges that led to the implementation, type of technology you were using, and how you identified the type of technology required? I'll angle that at Ron first, and then if Damien's got some time after to answer, that would be great.
Yeah, thank you for the question, Elizabeth. I guess a little bit of going back to the past of where we were and thinking about the POS technology in the cafe space. And I'll use that to branch off into how we've used technology to move that forward. We were sort of segregated in that we had multiple POS systems and across our cafes, which is very unusual to see 2 different POS operating systems in one single company. So one of the things we needed to do was to streamline that first to ensure that we had consistent data, that we were comparing apples to apples to some degree, and the efficiency of that process as well. And so one of the things we needed to look at was not only resolving that, but also thinking about the experience and how it would evolve with the customer experience, and all the things that come along with technology with respect to touchless payment, ordering ahead. And so looking for a POS system that would allow us to not only resolve our issue of a separated system, but also put us in a place where we were poised to really take advantage of technology in a different way that would allow us to create a seamless experience for the customer, a much improved system for our employees, and then even for our business to make better decisions, a better data set that we could use that was very clear across our entire platform in order to bring that forward. And so we used the restaurant system Toast in order to bring that forward for us. And it's been a good decision for us in moving forward from the fragmented system that we had in place prior.
Hi, thank you for the question. In our case, we were looking for a software which can implement different aspects of our business. Me as a green coffee buyer, I'm looking for traceability and easy access, quick access to the information that I need. So implementation of the software was probably the major improvement in our system. I can now track all the samples that I'm purchasing from my partners at origin. I can see those samples executed in the roastery, and then the same QR code or QC code can be analyzed at our stores in Vancouver, Canada. And also our e-commerce system includes the same QR code, so we can rely on that code regards to the feedback. So implementation of that software was probably the major advantage and the key point in our business.
Sorry, I keep forgetting about the mute button. During the implementation for Ron and Damien, did you find that there were any significant challenges that could have been avoided? And if there were any, could you speak to those and give some advice to our audience?
Damien, if you want to go first, you're already, we'll continue your story.
Absolutely. Thank you, Ron. We were actively working with the software developer to be able to implement the system in different areas. So actively resolving those problems at the very early stage helped us, develop the system, which is working perfectly for us. We didn't have any major problems developing that software or using it or using different advantages of that software. Rather than us before launching that software, we were just implementing every single step or detail along the way.
Okay. Thank you, Damien.
Yeah, I would say similarly in the cafe experience was the software, whether it be from instruction, because it was also taking an organization through how to use a different POS software system. And so I think the big challenge for us was that transition for our culture of a different POS system to a standard POS system that allowed a lot of the things that we wanted to do functional wise in menu control, looking at how we, I guess, account for transactions and using that data around purchase activity for our customer. So all those things were really great for us to use. I think the last one was probably the hardware and looking at the application in our stores, because each one of our cafes had a different POS area setup. And so we couldn't just use one single 14-inch monitor, one single credit card reader. And so all those things had to be looked at almost individually. And so we didn't want to lose too much efficiency, but those are just some of those sort of hurdles that we navigated through the implementation.
Okay, thank you for that. And I'm going to now angle this more to Sam. So with implementation of technology, you've obviously had to have some implementations at Cafe Vita. For you, has technology enhanced your coffee shop or the cafe shop or the roasting experience for your staff? And has it also improved the experience for your customers? Which would you say has more, which would you say has had a more significant impact?
I would say it's honestly been equal. So our biggest focus is always improving quality of the product that we're giving our guests, but also creating, and it's the name of my role, but a great customer experience. We want people to feel like Vita is their home when they come in. So a part of that is the different uses that we've used technology on, like the roasting and the QC side, has really helped in ensuring quality within the cafes, while the technology that we've implemented behind the bar has really helped with focusing on the customer experience. So for instance, for the roasting side, implementing Cropster from, like Damien was saying, with samples and being able to track that and see those samples work into our inventory. And then also doing like QC cuppings, quality cuppings that we can attach to the roast profiles, and also tracking our recipes to make sure the recipes are being followed. On the cafe side, using things like the espresso machines with gravimetrics, puck press to help so you can ensure that heads up service so you're always engaged with the guest. And then also, I mean, I would even point to our POS system where it's a very like easy thing for the customer to engage in and very little work for the barista behind the bar.
Okay. And I guess that's been more efficient, especially for the baristas. I've got a question from the audience. What is the main differentiating factors that you experienced with Toast versus other POS systems? And I'm believing that's more directed to Ron.
Yeah, one of the things that we really were looking for was, I think Sam even touched on it, is a simplified process for the barista, while at the same time providing us with the robust data collection that we wanted to know behind the scenes. And so we could be very granular to look at our data and saying, and this would feed into green coffee buying. And so what's selling, what's really being driven by the customer demand. And so we could understand what coffee choices, roast choices were being selected by our customer. And so that robust data set behind the scenes was critical for us to understand so that we can make better decisions. But it didn't need to be so complicated that you needed to have a 20-button process to transact on a coffee purchase. And so we wanted to look for both of those things. And that was a differentiating factor for us, was that robust back end at the same time being simplistic in order to transact, as well as make edits when we needed to. So we were always updating as we source new coffees. And so that ability to make those changes were probably those 3 bullet points that we were looking at from differentiating systems.
Okay, and having heard all of you with your points on that, and it involves a team, it involves a lot of people, it involves implementation, it involves bringing a team in and having the projects run out. How did you get the buy-in and support of your team workers in aiding the success of the transformation?
I guess I'll respond to that.
Yeah,
If that's no worries. I mean, I think exactly what a little bit of what you shared earlier was thinking about and talking about what did each of those departments need to have in order to make the best decisions? What did our marketing team need to understand in order to be directional, and what audiences we were reaching, and were we effective in the campaigns that we were running to excite our customers? Same thing with our green coffee buying. And so that we didn't want to purchase coffee that we didn't have an audience for. And so we didn't want the waste of coffee, because we had a great relationship from farm to cup. And so we wanted to make sure that we were making smart purchasing decisions, but also providing something new for a customer. And then just from our barista and our operational team, I think touching on earlier about the simplistic POS process and at point of sale, and being able to have a conversation with the customer without always having to look down because you're trying to find that obscure button for an item. And so how do we make all those things? So everyone sort of came to the table of the things that were critical in order for them to be successful. And I think as we were addressing those items and the fact that we could provide a solution for that, that engagement just continued to grow as those areas were being addressed.
Okay. And Damien and Sam, do you have any other perspectives as well from your teams and how you kept them engaged with the process, and also, I would say, had buy-in?
Yeah. So here's the deal. Cafe Vita is a 25-year-old company, and we have members of our team that have been here from the very beginning to members of the team that have joined during the pandemic. So we have a mixed crowd. So when approaching like implementation of new technology, I have found the best success and the best buy-in I could get is by putting myself in their shoes and finding a reason why it would benefit them. And even though like I feel almost kind of like a mom sometimes, because I'm like, okay, I know this is going to be great for the company. I know it's going to benefit our team. I know our product is going to be so good, but I could tell someone that, and that they want to know like, okay, but how does this affect me? So with our baristas, for instance, when we're implementing new technology, it's like, hey, look at this. Now you don't have to do this thing. Now this is going to make it easier for you. Now you're like, I mean, at the end of the day, like our baristas, a majority of our baristas are passionate about what they're doing, but it is a job. So it gets tiring and taxing. And so being able to say, hey, now you have this puck press, so you don't have to put all of put your back into it when you're tamping your coffee every single time. And with our roasters, it's like now we don't have to like meet every single week. You can just look at the notes that we provided through Copster to make the adjustments that you need with your team. So I always start with like the reason why it will benefit that individual person, that team, and then lead into, and now look at what this does for the company.
Okay, thank you, Sam, for that perspective. Damien?
I can definitely relate to Sam and repeat a lot of what she said. In our case, I guess it was finding a system which could connect us all, and specifically my nature of work, it's being mostly outside of the company. So we had to choose an option which will be sufficient for every single department. And mentioned by Sam, Cropster was giving us this possibility to be able to see, the sample department, and green inventory department, the roast department, and then the quality control department. Knowing that every single person inside the platform, inside the software, can use that as well, we were easily able to communicate on every single small detail to tweak in. Also with the green coffee purchases, the recent communication I have had with my beautiful team was just 1 hour after the cupping of amazing micros, I could excitingly share my cupping notes with my team, and they could see it in the couple of minutes after the session. So I guess implementing that technology was important for internal communication.
Thank you for that, Damien. And I'm still going to stick on the same aspect. Were there any not even significant, were there any challenges that you felt? What challenges did you encounter with this implementation, actually? If you did encounter any. Damien, I'll start with you.
Am I happy or lucky to say we didn't have any challenges? We quite, frankly speaking, knew what we wanted to implement. So the challenges, I guess maybe one tiny little factor could be mentioned was not even a hesitance, but maybe a fear of something unknown, and the software and the technology, which is very broad, very complex, and can be used in many different aspects. So maybe this sort of challenge can be mentioned as this technology. It's new for many people, and maybe can be scary for some of them. Could be the one.
Stay so. Sam?
Just kind of going off what Damien's saying, like anything new can be scary for a lot of people. So I think we avoided a lot of those challenges and pushback, because we made sure that when implementing these products that we had all the resources prepared to use those products properly, and really clear instruction of how to use these products, no matter what it was, from Cropster to how to clean the puck press properly, how to use the puck press, how to dial in your gravimetrics. And then the next thing that I think our team did really, really well, it really, I want to celebrate my team here, is that the follow through or the follow up that they provided with these new products, like our retail team going through with the managers and making sure they understand everything and diving deep into it with them. And then also with our training team going into that element with the roasters, and then also our retail for how to properly utilize this technology. So I think we avoided a lot of challenges, and honestly didn't really experience a lot of pushback or anything. And I think the biggest challenges were probably just like to the nature of new equipment, just figuring it out and understanding how it works and how to best utilize it. But yeah.
Thank you, Sam. Ron?
Yeah, I think what Damien and Sam said, I would probably echo those sentiments. And the one thing I would add to that is that on the back end, I think the problem resolution having a very clear strategy about when things don't work well, what's the step to do? Because it can be frustrating. Technology can be wonderful and it can be frustrating. And as you're implementing those new systems, when things don't work, and you can certainly lose the momentum of that transition. And so I think it's having a very clear support structure in place that resolves things in a timely fashion. And sometimes it's also being transparent, that maybe this is a new problem that wasn't anticipated. And so I think when you can connect those dots, and the team understands and sees what's happened to support them in this process, they will continue to support the momentum of the transition. So I'd say echo the things that were shared, and then just thinking strongly about that problem resolution on the back end.
Okay, thank you for that. I've got another question from the audience. So you each seem to represent larger, mature businesses. Do you have a perspective on newer small batch roasters that facilitate in-store roasting in the cafe? I will start with Damien on that one.
Thank you. Great question. My business is medium to small as well. We have a roastery connected to our shop, which includes a lot of problems, but it also includes a lot of advantages like faster, quicker communication within the team, front of the house. I don't think there is particular problem with having a small business in regards to investing in technology, but I also think that investing in technology at the first place, looking for opportunities to improve your business and trying to find platform softwares or technology to improve efficiency is probably the key aspect at the beginning of the business that can definitely avoid many other problems along the way.
Sam.
So we're a larger business, but our Portland facility is a cafe roastery, and where they're attached. But I would say, as a small business or a startup company, some of these technologies and software may not seem necessary at where you're at, because of your size, but you should be planning for the next 5, for the next 10 years, for the next 15 years. And in that, you don't want to get to a point where you're like 10 years from now, you're larger and you don't have the foundation to really fall onto. So start building that foundation using those technologies now, even if it's like, it seems kind of redundant, or like you're actually doing multiple jobs, as it is with a smaller operation. There's a lot of people are doing a lot more roles and kind of umbrellaing, I'm using that as a verb, a lot of roles. So it seems like a little redundant, but taking those extra steps to follow a system and a process within a software is going to really lay that foundation for you to grow for the future.
Thank you, Sam. Ron?
Yeah, even as an organization where we've got 20 plus locations across the New York City market, we actually looked at testing an in-store roaster, and we started that process, and so we learned a lot about ourselves and our structure. And so I think it's having a clear plan, as Sam said, having a clear strategy about what you want to achieve and how you want that experience to be managed in the location. I think those are pieces. I think the quality control is a key one with respect to sourcing and what you will bring into the store, and being able to have the space to execute. And so I think it's one where having that well thoughtful strategy, as with any other sort of avenue that you pursue, is having a great plan of what you hope to do that's flexible enough to adjust to what the business demand is. And so it is a technology that we believe in, and we'll certainly, dip our toe back into it. I think it's one right now where we are learning from the process that we started with the single cafe, and we pulled back at this time. But I think it's one where we'll reapproach.
Okay, thank you very much for that. So, with technology mitigating the need to face-to-face, please comment on pros and cons. Full disclosure, I'm a face-to-face fan. I guess this is a member of the audience that really just wants to understand, like, removing that face-to-face, like, and technology taking that place, what do you think that effect is on the business, on your consumers, on your community? What are the pros and cons? I didn't direct that to anyone again.
No worries.
Start with you.
Yeah, absolutely. I think it's an enhancement, and so it's a different avenue. And so when you think about different roasts of coffee are designed to appeal to different palates of taste. And so when you think about our customers, they might want to interact with you in very different ways. And so this becomes another avenue in order to meet that need. So there's a customer that chooses to order ahead, pick up and leave the cafe, and to be able to do that. And so what can also be approach to that is, when you think about the experience in the cafe, it should also begin at the door. And so it may be a welcome to that customer who may never reach the POS. They'll just come and pick up a coffee. But if we are able to approach and say hello at the door, that sort of interaction still exists. And then for the customer that chooses to continue to take advantage of that face-to-face, then making sure that you're still investing in that experience and making that a wonderful hospitable experience when they come into the cafe. And so I don't know if it's necessarily sacrificing one or the other. I think it's really understanding your customer and meeting them where they are and doing best to both of them to the best of your ability.
Thank you, Ron. I'll take that through to Sam. So.
Yeah, I mean, I would say it's honestly, just to Ron's point, like, technology is allowing us to interact with the customers more intentionally. I even hate the word customers, but like interact with our guests more intentionally. Being able to have conversation and not be so pulled into what you're doing behind the bar is just such an added value that technology can help with. And don't get me wrong, like I'm using the puck press as a big example because we just did this recently in all our stores. And if you don't know what a puck press is, it automatically tamps the coffee for you. So you insert it, you can set the pressure, and it tamps the coffee the same every single time for espresso. But with this, I've had baristas say, oh, well, like, I feel like my craft is being taken away. And it's like, no, the craft of what you're doing is, yes, making coffee, but it's creating an experience for your guests. So I think a lot of these technologies and softwares even can allow us to have more intentional time with our guests. And maybe it is a little shorter with having like Joe to Go, or we use a Ready app in our stores. We just launched it like last week. But when you do have those interactions, they're more intentional. And for on the back of house, I feel like with my team, I've been able to have more intentional meetings with my team because we are always talking about, through the software, we're talking about the nitty gritty of like our profiles and things like that. So when we do meet, it's like we can talk about bigger goals. We can set goals for the next quarter, the next 6 months, the next year, and talk about those higher level things and just really check in on how the day-to-day stuff is going. So I think I don't really see any cons to technology. I think if anything, it just allows and gives us more space to interact with, have more intentional interactions with our guests and our teams.
Thank you, Sam, for that. Damien, do you have some input for that as well?
Absolutely. I could only add technology as being an advantage, considering my nature of work. Green coffee buying during the pandemic time has switched firstly to the communication through the internet, so the technology could help us facilitate the relationships that we have or are having. So I think there are no cons. The big plus for how we could communicate during the pandemic and how we could survive during the pandemic. Also, many companies switched to the whole power to the e-commerce sector, which is now probably majority of their business. So yeah.
Thank you for that, Damien. So my next question again is from the audience, and I'm just going to go straight into Sam because I feel like I always start with Damien or Ron. So Sam, thoughts on transition to super automatics Everseas, I hope I pronounced that correctly, is coming out with some truly incredible machines. By automating too much, are we losing some of the art? What's the balance in managing barista fatigue, consistency, and losing the authenticity of the product?
Yeah, this is a great question, and it's been a very consistent conversation within our team, and then also within the industry of what's too much as far as automizing the whole process. In my opinion, I think that there's really, as long as it's producing, because here's the deal, humans are highly inconsistent, especially with a product that is extremely inconsistent. So if we are able to automize this and create technologies that are going to create consistency that is way higher than what a human can do, then I think that that is a huge pro. There still has to be a mind behind the technology in order to use and maximize what you're getting from that technology. So even with super automatics, like you still have to think about what's happening, the extraction, the science behind it to get the results that you want. So I don't think that technology is necessarily replacing the barista in any way. I think if anything, it's allowing the barista to fully use and utilize their brain strength for what they know about the coffee and what they're trying to achieve with the coffee. So I've never, I mean, unless like, unless we just put a robot behind the machine and then like call it a day and then we don't have baristas, that's where I'd probably draw the line. But because baristas, like we need our baristas. That's, they're the ones creating the interactions with the guests. They're the ones that are the brainchild of the espresso and making sure that the espresso is tasting as good as it can taste. But if we can implement equipment that's going to help them achieve their goals, that's a huge win.
Thank you, Sam. Ron?
I'm not sure I could do much better than what Sam just shared about that experience. I think I completely agree. I think the one component that is still there is that face-to-face contact that we were just talking about a few minutes ago. And so that barista connection with the customer guest, it's still important to the process. And so as much as we can produce the greatest cup of coffee from a quality perspective, that connection, that human connection is still a part of the craft. And that for me is not, doesn't get, removed when you start talking about this automating the process. So I think, underscore everything that Sam had shared about the machine itself and that piece of it, and then just add on that the last component that I think is just as critical is that connection and that human interaction.
Thank you, Ron. Damien, would you like to add to that?
Unfortunately, I have no experience with RSS machines. I guess I would definitely echo the sentiment of importance of having face-to-face interaction with customers. I do not have anything major to add.
No worries, Damien. Thank you for that one. I'm going to ask you my next question. Has a business owner who has yet to open a cafe, and this has come from the audience, so has a business owner who has yet to open a cafe, one thing I find difficult is how to filter and make decisions on new technologies that may have an impact but is difficult to calculate. Do you have any tips on how to filter and make strategic decisions on adopting technologies, especially in the early stages of planning a business?
I would say research. There are plenty of platforms and softwares available. The platforms or technologies are offering different systems and different opportunities like subscription service or different pricing plans. I think what has to be done at the beginning of the business is the idea of which direction we want to take and what kind of system we would need to need or have in the business. every single decision that has been made at Nemesis has been implemented with broad conversation within the team, and we were carefully selecting every single software, comparing different pricing plans, possibilities, having multiple video calls with software developers, and just fine tuning, comparing, and having those details written down somewhere on the paper, and making smart decisions which software or which platform or which technology it's fitting to our business, and making those decisions upon specific strategy. It's important.
Thank you, Damien, for that. Sam, would you have anything to add?
Yeah, absolutely. It can be a pretty daunting process, especially if you're looking to open a cafe. There's so many technologies out there. There's so many equipment options, and then it's easy to get lost in. So I would first identify like what your goal is, what you want to achieve through your cafe, the style of service that you want to achieve in your cafe. And then I would fill in the gaps from there. I would echo what Damien said about research. Just do a ton of research. Talk to people you know that own cafes and try to learn from their experience too. And like an example, like I'm not going to tell you that there's like one espresso machine that you have to get and it's the best one you have to use. Like there's so many great options out there. So I would talk to people that you know that have owned a cafe and have had that experience. And then I would hesitate to jump on a new equipment that has just launched. Um, I like to see like the next iteration come out to see like the fixes and the things that they do to that equipment to make it better. New launch of equipment, it can be a little scary because there's not a lot of history on that new piece of equipment or that new model, and there's not a lot of in the field experience with it. So new equipment is great, but make sure that there's enough to read about it to know that it's going to be a success in your cafe. That's my advice. I also, anything to help with the flow of communication is really helpful. So having technology, honestly, I'm blanking out on the name of it, but having a screen where the orders transferred to the screen where the baristas are making the coffee to help with communication and speed behind the bar. Things like that can help with communication and create a faster order to service time.
Thank you, Sam. Ron, do you have any additions?
I think the one thing I would just add as you're sort of doing the research and going through all those things, I think what Damon and Sam said are right on point. I think the one piece that you will always sort of think about is where the finances are and what you can do with the business. And so understanding the budget about what you want to accomplish, because to what everyone said so far, and there's a lot of technology out there. There's a lot of different equipment. There's a lot of different expensive equipment out there that you may or may not need. And so I think that research will help you, and that budget will be a guidepost as to how elaborate do you want to get? What's that vision and experience that you hope to accomplish? I think you keeping those things close at hand will help you as you go through that research.
Thanks, Ron. You really talk about budget as well and understanding, and this is me going off not from an audience perspective, but the budget and understanding what you need and what you have room for. Is there, aside as business leaders, who do you consult for that, especially for the people that don't have a team? It's just them individually. What advice do you have for them? Sorry, again, I didn't direct that. I'll go with Sam first.
Can you repeat the question?
So in terms of budget and understanding the finances of the business and what's out there and what they would need for the business, for sole business owners that don't have a team around them to help support them and give them advice, or have people externally to advise them, what advice would you give them in aligning a budget to their technology needs?
Yeah, I would. I think it's good to know what to prioritize and building your budget around that. To be honest with you, I've never opened my own cafe or a company. So I would have to figure that out for myself of like who I trust within that. But as far as things that you're going to want to prioritize, you want to prioritize the core equipment that you're going to be using. So espresso machine and grinders. These are things that like I wouldn't necessarily go try to find like a deal on OfferUp or like a cheaper option. You definitely want to invest in something that you know that it's like buying a new car. You don't know the history of how that machine was upkept, so it's better to make that bigger investment into that equipment up front. Now, there's definitely options in a spectrum of price ranges. So as far as identifying your budget, I don't know what to offer other than turning to people that you trust.
Thank you, Sam. Ron, since you had mentioned the budget piece.
I think this is part of that fun research. I would say visit coffee shops. Go to every single coffee shop you can possibly visit and talk to the barista, see what the customer experience is like, understand what's there. And that may also inform your vision, but it also might allow you to think about things that you would want to do different. And I think to Sam's point, that may be the area where you choose to invest. What are those things that are most critical and important to you? And if it's truly about the quality of the espresso and what you're extracting, then that may be where you heavily lean in. If it's something different, then you might say, well, maybe I don't go with the most expensive model. I go with one less model because I'm going to invest in another area of the business that I believe in. So I would say this is the fun research. Go drink coffee, go visit cafes and understand those experiences, and then take that to then have those more intimate conversations with other industry experts about what their experiences have been.
Thank you, Ron. Damien.
I could not prioritize more training over equipment. So I think budgeting smartly and investing in yourself is a must and number one. And then starting with equipment, which can be a little bit cheaper, maybe not so advanced, but learning basics with this equipment would be sort of like a budgeting planning. And I cannot again prioritize investing in yourself, in training, developing your skills more.
Thank you, Damien. I've now got a audience question. It's more focused on e-commerce. So what % of your business is e-commerce versus in-store now that we're on the other side of 2020? I don't want to say the C word. How much staff do you dedicate to e-commerce marketing? Would also love to hear what important subscriptions play as part of e-commerce. Sorry, again, Ron, would you be able to answer that for us?
Yeah, I think our business, no different than anyone, as we went through the pandemic, we'll say the words to some degree. We saw that e-commerce explode. Obviously, we were in a different environment. And so from a directional perspective, we're probably in somewhere between 20 and 30% e-commerce of our business. And that has, increased and decreased to some factors, but we continue to see that. And that's another area where technology helps us tremendously in making sure that that's an efficient process. And so when you think about the packaging, the roasting, and those things, technology is really significant in those areas because shipping costs can then cut into that. So it's still a continuous or a consistent piece of our business. And subscriptions really count for a lot of that too. It's sustaining that relationship with the customer. It's also making that subscription worthy of the value. And so how do you inject the choice of the customer in as well as variety into that same sort of subscription so that they're continuing to be interested in the brand, interested in the coffee itself. And so I think we still have a commitment to that substantial investment in e-commerce, because I don't think it will go away. I think the customer has really sort of given us that they will continue to either shop e-commerce or find different ways to interact with us. And so I think it's one that we'll continue to see grow. I know there is still that desire to have a face-to-face interaction, and so we'll see that come back as the sea continues to subside. but that e-commerce is here to stay. And I think the more that we invest in that and make that a wonderful experience for the customer to either continue with something that they're familiar with or to explore other areas, and how do we inform them about those different varietals that might be available to them.
Thank you, Rod. Damien.
Interestingly saying, recently, because we have opened our flagship store and the roastery in June 2021, recently we have prioritized our focus to e-commerce, and we are starting building and moving forces into e-commerce platform, which is already growing significantly, and we are very happy to it. Obviously, we are at the beginning of the road, so we are learning how to do it, how to present our product in the best way, and how to reach new customer base, how to be attractive in the e-commerce, as we all know that e-commerce just exploded worldwide, and people are very comfortable and confident to shop online. So in our case, it has been significant move towards the e-commerce, and I think this part of the business will be growing much more than shop face-to-face interaction. We don't get me wrong, we do not always focus on those things as well, but e-commerce is becoming a big part of our business.
That's great. Thanks, Damien. Sam.
Yeah, e-commerce is a big reason why we survived through the pandemic. Our e-commerce exploded in 2020 and still is doing like increasingly better and better. I would say pretty similar percentages. It's about 30% of our business. And that's a huge shift from, I don't know the percentage before, but I know it wasn't that. This year, we just had like a summit with our team to set goals for this next year. And all of our collective goal is to grow our e-commerce. And by growing it, we honestly think that this is the future of, it's just a future, like being able to connect with people all across the country and the world when we are just in Seattle is such a powerful thing and something we don't take very lightly. We don't want to lose that human contact piece of it. So we put a lot of efforts into creating multiple touch points to our e-commerce and our subscriptions. So like when you join our subscription, you don't just get a coffee every month. You get an email from one of our staff members who's asking how the coffee is. Here's a recipe if you want to try it. And in that, there's opportunities to be like, hey, this coffee goes really well with the V60 in this recipe. We sell that on our online shop. Go ahead, pick one up, and we can even schedule a Zoom class with it. And we have like monthly Zoom classes that we offer around that. So we've seen it. It's really opened up an entire door of opportunity for us in the company and our reach, and not just reach in money and being able to make more sales, but reach and connection, which then by proxy, like our primary focus is connection. And then by proxy, we're able to, we see like the benefit of that monetarily. But e-commerce is definitely, it's a lot of our focus as a company going into this next year. And for us, it's an opportunity to connect and get creative on how we connect with our guests across the world.
Thank you, Sam. And like following off the back of that, where you said even with the subscriptions and getting creative with that, would you say that was specifically because of the pandemic and the situation it put the business in having to identify ways to connect with your existing customers and new ones alike?
Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't say there's a lot of positives about the pandemic, other than this is like something that was born out of the pandemic for us and has been a huge win. So they're like, despite all just like what a traumatic experience for everybody, this actually became like a very big blessing in disguise for us to be able to connect with people. Because I think now more than ever, we crave that human connection, and I think that's going to be the future. It's like how we can create that human connection in a very virtual world. So we're trying to navigate that as a company, and we don't have it figured out, but we're trying new things. We're seeing what gets good responses. We're seeing what feels good too, like what feels like Vita, what feels like is going to create a connection with those that aren't able to come into our spaces. So I think thanks to the pandemic, the one thing that we really pulled from it is the e-commerce aspect and the subscriptions. Subscriptions, I know you asked about that specifically. I'm super excited about that because that pulls, like, it's so funny, the relationship between a green buyer like myself and director of coffee and also our marketing team. There's always this like tension of like, okay, we want to promote this and do this, and it's like, yeah, but you're like not doing it right. Like, this is like what we want to showcase, and it's this constant tension. But through our subscriptions, we're able to come together, and like they give me slots where they're like, okay, nerd out, like just go have fun, talk to everybody, brew some coffee, do what you do, and like we'll make it pretty. And I'm like, perfect, that sounds great. So we've been able to team up and really make those subscriptions more than just receiving a bag of coffee, which is cool in itself. In my opinion, I would love that. But being able to have the resources to get the most out of that coffee and enjoy the product more, while also feeling connected to the Vita family.
Thank you so much, Sam. I really enjoyed that. So I've got my last question, and we've got 3 minutes, let's say, to get through it. For our audience who may be anxious about the process of implementing new technology, whether it be a new POS system, roasting software management, drum configuration, coffee shop app, what advice do you have for them? I will start with Ron.
I think we started before. Do your homework, research, understand how this will work well for you, understand what it might mean for change. The training is necessary to go through it. I think thinking through those pieces, the problem resolution on the back end, if you've got that sort of map set in place, I think you can navigate through any change that you might go through.
Thank you, Ron. Damien?
I could easily, gladly, kindly repeat everything what Ron said. Plus, again, doing your own research.
Yeah. Research. That's key. And Sam?
Yeah, I would just say, don't be scared. This technology is only going to make you better. So dive into it, be uncomfortable, like navigate through it. If it doesn't work, you put it to the side and you move to the next thing. There's no loss in trying new technology. If anything, it's going to be a step in the right direction, and you don't have to have it figured out. If I can tell you anything, no one has it figured out. We're all just trying to get through this together and learn how we can be better. So reach out to your peers. You can reach out to me if I can help. I would love to help. But yeah, don't be scared. Just dive in, have some fun with it. And if it doesn't work, it doesn't work. You move to the next thing.
Keep it moving. I really love that. Having said that, honestly, it's been an absolute pleasure speaking with all three of you. Thank you so much for answering all the questions, my questions and the audience. Literally, and to the audience, really, if you're ever in New York, if you're in Canada, or you want to go visit Cafe Vita, Nemesis Coffee, or Joe Coffee, please do. I'm sure that you've got a lot from them from this conversation. And honestly, it's been great chatting with them. And I really hope you've enjoyed listening to this. And take care, everybody. Thank you so much for your time again. Take care.
Thank you so much.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
So in my interaction with baristas, there are a couple of things that really make them proud. It's not just the pride that you have in doing something that you really passionate about, is if other people are able to see it the way that you see it. I guess what we're trying to do is to engage in that thought process of intention. My name is Anita Tam. I'm the owner of Slow Pour Supply. So I started practicing music at a very young age. Went to the academy when I was 13. I was studying music. Most of my time was dedicated to music. For a very long period of time, I thought that was the only thing that I could do. I didn't realize that I could have other skill sets. I didn't realize that I could be doing other things until I found coffee. Slow Pour Supply is a coffee tools company based in Magnolia, Texas. I started Slow Pour Supply in 2018, but that started with this very small idea to just simply get the best tools that I could find in the market for that particular moment. We supply small tools like milk pitchers, hand grinders, all sort of tools that helps baristas and home brewers, or coffee enthusiasts, to brew better coffee at home. I guess for milk pitchers, it's always seen as something that is a back burner item. And the milk pitcher is kind of the medium for baristas to leave their mark on the coffee, using latte art in particular. I felt that there are better ways for us to emphasize that and to provide tools to baristas who are interested in leaving a personal touch on a latte cup. And that is also enabling that bridge to happen from the specialty coffee side to the consumer side. Yeah, we use these words like customers, products. It puts a commercial value to it, right? The outcome of what the barista has produced is not just a product. To the barista, latte art is a realization of their own personal characteristics or preferences, or this is something that I can make happen and visualize in an art form. And through that process, we are there. Like the picture is there. When they pick up the picture, we want them to feel confident that this is the tool that they exactly know that they can trust that this is going to happen if all the other factors are right. That's why latte art has value. I can't stress it enough, because without the consumer, our industry can't survive. So we have to give the passion, like we have to translate this passion into something the consumer can enjoy, and it puts a smile on their face. So we have to involve the consumer in this discussion, and I believe the best way or the easiest way is to visualize it.
Hello. Welcome to our panel on the Coffee Retail Summit. I am Maya Ives Crowley. My pronouns are she, her, and I am here to introduce you today to two amazing people, Jenny Bonchak and Sam Magtanon. So a little bit about both of these people. Sam is one of the co-owners and co-founders of Mostra Coffee. They are a woman, veteran, and immigrant-owned coffee company and micro roaster. They are Roast Magazine's 2020 Micro Roaster of the Year, and they've also collaborated in developing over 1,000 different coffee beers with over 100 different breweries. And Jenny is the founder, owner, and operator of Slingshot Coffee, a renowned professional, multiple Brewers Cup champion, and she's received awards across multiple industries for entrepreneurship and innovation as well. And she also has a really interesting origin story, which I'm sure she'll tell us more about, but she sold her Subaru to start Slingshot at the very beginning. So both of these people have worked kind of from the ground up. And I'm going to open the floor to Jenny now.
Hi, Maya and Sam. I'm so glad to be doing this with you. And hi, everybody out there. Thanks for joining the Coffee Retail Summit. And thanks to the SCA for always putting on such great events, this one included. Like Maya said, thank you for that kind introduction. I'm Jenny Bonchak. I'm the founder and CEO of Slingshot Coffee Company here in Raleigh, North Carolina. I started Slingshot in 2012 by selling my Subaru Outback for $5,000 and really wanted to do that to take the experience I had as a specialty coffee professional and the vision I had to create a cold coffee company that was really unmatched and really was a company that would really take the vision and product kind of forward nature to really bring a coffee, especially coffee shop, to life onto grocery store shelves so that someone could really be able to enjoy a specialty coffee beverage wherever you happen to be. Our company is certainly founded and based off of principles that we find really important to not only running a business, but to also making sure that we are an important piece of the coffee supply chain that really does support everyone who has come before us in order for us to be able to do what we do. Like Maya said, yes, I am a national award-winning barista multiple times in Brewers Cup, which is such a huge honor. And in addition to that, I have also been a 2018-2019 fellow in the Coca-Cola Founders Forum. I was the 2016 Entrepreneur of the Year for Southern Living, and a few other things that are under my belt as well. The most recent endeavor that I've embarked on is our new sister brand called Needs and Wants, which is a sparkling superfruit tea that has a 100% women-led supply chain and is really meant to be a beverage for you that can support daily immunity, that can support stress relief, and can support digestive health. Poor Maya might be frozen.
I know, it might have come out.
Yeah, I think maybe if Maya is frozen and she can't hear, Sam, why don't I just kick it over to you?
Thanks, Jenny. Hi, everybody. Hi, Maya. Hopefully you are unfrozen soon. Thanks to the Coffee Retail Summit Specialty Coffee Association for giving us this opportunity. It's an absolute pleasure to be sharing this platform with Jenny. She's amazing, and I think you're going to enjoy learning more about her story. My name is Sam Magtanon. I'm one of the co-founders and co-owners of Mostra Coffee. We're based in San Diego, California. And I am an Army veteran and a former nursing home administrator. I don't have any past prior coffee experience prior to starting Mostra Coffee. I would have loved to be a barista champion or a Brewers Cup champion, but my palate's not quite that good. The way I would tell my origin story is in 2013, My wife, who's also my business partner, Beverly, is an opera singer by profession. She went to the Boston Conservatory for music. And then her best friend, Jillian Rodriguez Malone, was an actress in Hollywood. And they came to me in 2013 and said, Sam, we're going to open up a business. And I said, what do you mean you're going to open up a business? You're performers. What do you know about business? What kind of business are you thinking of opening? And they said, we are going to open up a coffee roasting business. And I said, we don't even drink coffee, much less roast coffee. Like, what is this all about? And after they proceeded to tell me their vision for what this company was going to be and going to do, and the kind of difference and impact that it was going to make on the world, I said, I'm in. I quit my job the next day. And we started Nostra Coffee in the garage in the summer of 2013. We brought on Mike Arquinez, who was our fourth partner and our first head roaster. He's a fine dining chef by profession and the closest to knowing a little bit more about specialty coffee than us, but he didn't have any prior experience in roasting coffee. The story is that he nearly burnt my house down roasting in the garage in the summer of 2013. So imagine just a bunch of people that didn't really drink any coffee. Somebody that drank Starbucks had more coffee experience than us, and then all this black smoke coming out of the garage in the summer of 2013 as we were trying to figure out. But fast forward a few years later, we won Micro Roaster or Roast Magazine's 2020 Micro Roaster of the Year. Our platform is specifically championing Philippine specialty coffee and hoping to make a difference in that part of the world for the farmers in the Philippines, where we are connected by culture and by language. I was actually born in the Philippines. And then serendipitously, we started collaborating with craft breweries across the country. And to date, we've had about 1,064 beer collaborations, bottles, cans, drafts across 136 total breweries, cider companies, meaderies in about 32 states, 7 countries, including Denmark, Korea, Thailand, Greece, France, Sweden. And then in 2022, through the first couple of months, we have 22 beer collaborations either released or already in the works. So we love coffee, we love beer, we love our community. And Mostra stands for Performance Exhibition Show. As for owners and founders that are all performers in their respective industries and respective professions, all we want to do is to be able to inspire performance and the best performance in ourselves and in others. And as we're doing that, be able to do good for our community and for the world.
Lovely. Thank you so much, both of you. Jenny, did you have a few slides you wanted to share with us?
Sure. Yeah. So this is Slingshot Coffee Company. Like I said, we really craft coffees that taste like vacation. So we really thrive on coffees that we brew in our own cold brew facility in Raleigh, North Carolina, that are coffees that we want to drink, but also coffees that tend to be more light, bright, juicy, fruity. And then we also have a line of coffee sodas, so carbonated coffee drinks that we came out with in 2018. The newest is our vintage root beer that we just launched in July of last year. As I mentioned, we really want to build on bringing a specialty coffee shop to life, sort of wherever you happen to be. And we've really built the brand and the business based on integrity and values that just mean something to people. So really the values for our company, we really use these 4 criteria when we are making decisions, when we are putting products out, and when we're working with customers and consumers alike. But championing product integrity and innovation. Innovation is a really big one for me. We never had, and I never had the vision for a coffee company or a brand that would kind of just throw vanilla in something and call it innovation. I really want to push the coffee industry when it comes to a packaged product. I really want to try to encourage consumers to think about coffee in a little bit of a mind-bending kind of way, but in an effort to I think get all of us to be really excited about the things that coffee can do and be. And that's really how we've built Slingshot. Respecting human capital, everything from making sure that the people within our supply chain are being paid fair wages, to our team that makes above living wage for every single person on our team. We actually have moved into a complete salary model for the business this year too. We've taken everybody off of hourly and put everyone on salary. And so that was a big step for our business. Reflecting environmental sustainability, that's just critical, and it's really important to us as a business. We want to make sure that we are respecting the environment, but also we want to really make sure that within that we are honoring fiscal sustainability as well. And we really feel like the two go hand in hand. Fostering consumer and customer engagement. It's really important for me to be present in the business. It's really important to me to listen to our consumers, listen to our customers, and make sure that we are taking in that feedback and we're really thinking about it. I feel like there's no better person to be giving that feedback to than the person who is running everything. So it's really important for me to stay involved and make sure that I'm in it every day. I mentioned that we have a new sister brand. This is Needs and Wants. It's a line of sparkling superfruit teas that we launched about 2 months ago. So very new. But this is actually a 100% Cascara-based product. So Slingshot as a brand has had some kind of Cascara product on the market since 2013. So we were certainly a first mover actually in the entire world to have a kind of packaged Cascara product. And this is just an evolution of that passion for me. So our Cascara project has always been sort of a passion project and something that I've really wanted to make sure that I'm bringing to light and pushing to the forefront. I've worked really hard to make this a 100% woman-led supply chain for this entire project, which starts with our 5th generation coffee farmer in El Salvador, Aida Bate. She's become a great friend of mine throughout the almost 15 years that I've been in specialty coffee. And none of this would be possible without her. So I'm very proud to have her as a partner. And you can see a little bit more here too. We feature in this product organic dandelion, organic lemon balm, and then upcycled coffee fruit. So it was really important to me to also take some of the things that I had experienced as an entrepreneur and really wanted to put them into a beverage. And as I'm sure a lot of you who are potentially cafe owners can understand, there's a lot of stress that comes with it. There's a lot of kind of imbalance that happens within you personally. And so putting together the formulation for this line, as well as all of the products we do for Slingshot, but this one in particular, was meant to really kind of bring a sense of balance back to my physical being that would also help to kind of bring some balance back to my mental health as well. And so that's really a lot of the impetus for this product. And there's just some contact information if you want to get in touch with me afterwards, but I know that the SCA has that as well. So Maya, I will certainly hand this back to you.
Thank you for sharing a bit about your new product line, certainly, as well as your company as a whole. One thing that I have loved learning about talking to you both this past week or so is how both of your companies are really mission driven. And, Sam, you alluded to that a little bit when you talked about how your company started, because it started as a mission first thing. Can you talk to us a little bit about that and how that still drives you today?
So earlier I had said that the origin story started in 2013 when my wife shocked me by announcing that we were going to open up a coffee and a coffee roasting company. But it actually starts quite earlier than that. In 2009, Beverly and Jillian, the two co-founders, traveled to the Philippines to build homes for the poor. They were with a charity group, and they were building homes for the poorest of the poor. And they were able to see the country where their parents came from and where I was born. And they saw the beautiful countryside and all the beauty of the Philippines. But then they also saw the families living in poverty. And what really stuck out was the fact that they could have been us, if not for the fact that we won a lottery ticket to come here, our families. And like myself, I was 4 years old when I left the Philippines, and I was able to immigrate to San Diego, California, and grew up in North County, San Diego, of all places. So our children, the kids that we saw, literally could have been, our kids, and nothing separates us from them except for that opportunity. And if they were given the opportunity, then they would be able to, live the life that we would be, living. So that, I think, really stuck with the two co-founders. They came back to the United States and asked the question, like, what can we do, and what can we do now to make a difference? And over the course of the few years, they tossed ideas back and forth in terms of, what kinds of businesses can they build up and create that can connect back to that vision of being able to help, and specifically help the poorest of the poor and the people in the Philippines. And then I think with the research that they were doing about coffee and about specialty coffee and about what grows in the Philippines, you got cacao and coconut and all sorts of products. Coffee actually does grow in the Philippines too. So it was just that aha moment, like a few hundred years ago, specialty coffee, Arabica, was growing in the Philippines, and then it dropped off. What happened to the industry? And if it's still growing, what if we, as a Filipino American group of entrepreneurs, can create a coffee company that can source coffee from the Philippines, bring it on the world stage, and champion Philippine specialty coffee and the farmers? Then we're making a difference. For me, it comes full circle because it ties back to identity and purpose of why I was able to immigrate and what I've been doing for the last 30-something years of my life. So it was that aha moment for me when they said, we are going to start a coffee company, we are going to start a roasting company, and oh, by the way, we're going to be Micro Roaster of the Year in a few years, because that's the platform that we're going to need to help give us credibility to bring the farmer story to the highest level, to dignify, to empower. And when I heard that, I was like, I'm all in. So I quit my day job. 3 months later, the money ran out. My wife said, you need to go back to work. I said, I don't want to go back to work. I love what we're doing. But I went back to work. And then 6 years later, in the end of 2019, I was able to rejoin the company and my partners in a full-time role. So we are very much driven by the mission of being able to champion Philippine specialty coffee farmers. We're also driven by the vision of what our company and the company name Mostra represents, which is perform, show. Are we able to give the best performance that we can? Can we inspire to give the best performance? And all of us as performers have been on our own respective stage, and we know when we are truly alive, giving the best performance, we're able to inspire others to make a difference and to perform. And if all of us are inspiring to perform at the highest level, and we're able to connect local and global communities, all in an effort to do good and to be a positive force in the world, then we're doing something special. So that's what Mostra means to us, and that's the mission that we are continuing to carry 8 years later.
Thank you. And so going off of that, beer has been a great platform for you to reach all over the world. You mentioned that you have beers in Europe, in Asia, and how do you go about developing and working with different breweries to build that flavor profile?
So the beer program is championed by my partner Mike, and Mike is a fine dining chef, a culinary chef, and his vision was to be able to blur the lines between coffee and beer and spirits and basically the food industry. When Jenny talks about innovation and the innovative process, it's very much a part of Mike's core values, and what he's trying to create is to innovate, is to inspire creativity, ultimately in a product that ends up tasting good. Does it taste good in the end? And what he noticed, being a craft beer connoisseur, a craft beer fan, was that these breweries would go out of their way to find the best water, hop selection, their brewing techniques, And then when they came to, coffee beers, more often than not, they were just pulling coffee off of the grocery store shelf. And oftentimes it was just stale coffee. And then they're expecting a world-class product that was just not using the best ingredient. And we all know that, in coffee, there's just so much that can go into sourcing the coffee, what origin, what flavor profile, what roast level, the brewing method, and all of that has impact into the finished product. So his aha moment was, what if we can provide this specialized service, this concierge service to breweries, and really partner with them and come from a platform of, we're just not an ingredient that you can pick off the shelf. That's the same kind of intensity, the same kind of effort that you're doing crafting the beer should be applied to coffee. And of course, his understanding of flavor profiles of the coffee itself, and trying to understand what the brewery is going after and what the vision for their finished product is, and then pairing the two together is our approach. It started off almost serendipitously. We happen to be in San Diego. There's 150 craft breweries, so we are in the mecca of craft breweries. So it probably made sense for us. But in the summer of 2014, there was a gentleman by the name of Chris Banker, who is an amateur home brewer, who came into our roasting facility asking for a special roast of coffee. So Mike asked him what kind of beer he's making. He was making a Mexican mocha milk stout. So Mike roasted a pound of coffee, gave it to him for free. And a week later, Chris Banker called us and said that he had won the American Homebrewers national competition with his recipe, with our coffee in his recipe, and that the prize was going to be a one-time limited run of his recipe to be distributed by Stone Brewing Company across the country. And he insisted to Stone Brewing Company that they use us as the coffee provider. And he said, if Stone calls you, then just say yes, you can provide the service. So Stone called us and said, Chris Banker wants you to, or wants us to use your coffee in it because it's part of the award-winning recipe. We need 5,000 pounds of coffee. And we were less than a year old. We had probably only roasted and sold like 200 pounds of coffee. But we said, yes, we can absolutely do it. Then they said we need it all ground up and delivered to us after you roast it. I think at the time we only had a 1 pound grinder. So that was the opportunity that we had to scale up a little bit about our business. And from there, it's just word of mouth. And the craft beer community is very collaborative. And brewers and owners all talk to each other and all collaborate with each other. So then they introduced us to other breweries. In 2015, we got invited to the Copenhagen Beer Celebration, where we just met more breweries across the world. And that's how the collaborations start.
Thank you. We're getting a lot of questions from the audience, so I'm going to just kind of pick and choose in the order that they've been received here. So this one's for Sam. What's your favorite beer collaboration that you've ever done?
So my absolute favorite was released in 2015 by a brewery called The Brewery in Placentia, Orange County, California. Award-winning brewery that does a lot of experimental beers and whatnot. Just a lot of fans of that brewery. But in 2015, they wanted to release a new beer collaboration series called Share This. And the highlight of the beer collaboration was that they were going to feature one organic ingredient, and the first ingredient that they wanted to highlight was coffee. So the beer was called Share This Coffee. And as I had mentioned, we're trying to champion Philippine specialty coffee. So by 2015, we had been able to go to the Philippines. I went to the farms in Mindanao, and I was able to find specialty Arabica coffee, bring it back, and we had a limited lot of it. So we decided to pitch putting this coffee in this beer. The brewery accepted it, and in 2015, Share This Coffee, featuring coffee from the island of Mindanao in the Philippines, was featured. It was also tied to charity, so $1 from every bottle sale was donated to the Free Wheelchair Project, which gives wheelchairs to disabled kids in the Philippines and in other countries. And I think all in all, $50,000 was donated to the charity. We were able to have our brand featured on the coffee beer, and then for the first time feature Philippine specialty coffee in a coffee beer. So I think all in all, for all of those reasons, Share This Coffee is my favorite brewery collaboration out of the 1,064 that we've done.
I have a lot of follow-up questions based on that, but we're going to keep moving along to these audience questions. This answer to this may have been posted in the chat already, but in case it wasn't, somebody asked you, Jenny, do you import dried cascara or cascara extract or concentrate?
So we actually import dried cascara, which we have done since we started making a cascara product in 2013. And we actually do the brewing extraction ourselves in our facility. A few years ago, I actually went to El Salvador and worked with Aida on specific drying experiments. So we have a very specific single farm, single origin, specifically dried cascara that's for us. For all of our purposes.
Lovely. And if either of you are willing to share, somebody asks, what agencies did you partner with for your branding? They really love both of your branding.
We actually didn't use necessarily an agency. We used some friends of ours who are just hyper talented designers, the Boyettes, and we are so happy with the beautiful work that they have done. They do some small graphic design pieces under the name Good South.
And for most, all the branding is done in-house. When we started, with 4 founders and owners that are actively involved, and all coming from different backgrounds, it's like we broke every single business rule of just having multiple owners. And I'm married to one of the owners, and the best friend and whatnot. But I think all of our different backgrounds and what makes us different is really our competitive advantage. It's our diversity that when you put it together allows us to be competitive. Jalen's background is Hollywood, and so she spent over a decade honing her eyes and her senses in all things branding and marketing. So functionally, when we started the company, that was her expertise, her area of expertise, and she drove the look and the marketing and the branding for the company. And over the course of the last 8 years, we've just been able to bring in in-house just some amazing creatives, photographers, designers. They all started off as baristas. Everybody starts off on the line for us, and then as we're looking at answering the question of sustainability and how can we actually make meaningful careers, if somebody that's starting off as a barista is wanting to transition into something else that they're passionate about, how can we create those types of meaningful opportunities for them? So as we've grown as a company, we've brought everything in-house, and we've tried to tap into the talents of our staff that have joined us.
And Sam, another question for you. Have you ever used Philippine Robusta?
So not yet, not in the coffee beer. We are experimenting with Robusta and just trying to get flavor profiles dialed in and like the right, project. I think overall, the more coffee that we can buy and that anybody can buy from the Philippines, whether it's Arabica or Robusta, is going to benefit the country because what they need is just more production and just more buyers of their coffee. When it goes back to selecting the right project to highlight the coffee and then the coffee beer, it just has to make sense. So what project, how's it tasting, how's it cupping, I think are still elements that we are very much considerate of. But I think one of these days we will be featuring Robusta coffee in a project.
Thank you. And so Jenny, I'll pass to you next. What were some major motivations for getting into diversification of your lineup, and how long until you saw a measurable return on that effort?
Well, I always really had a fairly large vision for how I wanted to kind of create innovation along the way for Slingshot. Knowing that I wanted to start with kind of these sort of mainstay products that were going to be really kind of grounded in sort of the cold brew category. But then I wanted to really kind of build on that. And like I was saying, kind of early on in the discussion, it's really important for me that we were building on innovation, that we were really thinking ahead about what coffee really can be and all of the beautiful ways that you can use coffee. So coffee sodas for me was just something we had started experimenting with them in maybe 2014 we had a small coffee bar that was kind of associated with our brewery. And they were really popular. And so when I was thinking about how I wanted to approach coffee soda for, kind of a commercial type launch, it was really all about making innovation that was approachable. So the flavors that you see, a citrus vanilla cream soda, black cherry cola, and now a vintage root beer, those were all flavors that when a consumer was going to be going into a grocery store and seeing this product, they weren't kind of scratching their head at the entirety of the concept. They were thinking, okay, I know what coffee tastes like. I know what cream soda tastes like. I can imagine in my head what these two things might taste like together. And so for us, it was really about how can we kind of take people sort of right to the edge without them necessarily falling off the cliff. And so once they have it, it's kind of it's really an aha type moment. And like I had said before, I do all of the formulation for all of our products, including our coffee sodas. And so for me, along the way, palate development has also been just kind of something that I think is really, really critical to what we do. And so it's really allowed me, because I've really honed my palate over the years and would consider myself a palate expert. It's really helped us to build beverages that are hyper balanced, that are really approachable, that are really delicious, and are still really grounded in specialty coffees. So those coffee sodas are our cold brew or specific coffees that we actually choose for each one. Not all of them have the same coffee because that doesn't make sense necessarily when you're building a product. And we've built on the innovation that way.
Thank you. Sam, the next question is for you. It asks, how do you seek out the beer collaborations? Because your start was very serendipitous. It was very lovely. It's a great story, but it's not going to happen to everyone, right? So if you had to give advice to somebody who is a roaster, who's looking to get into the beer collab world, what advice would you give them?
So I think a couple thoughts. When we first started that summer, where it led to the incident of us nearly burning our house down, it was literally, we were roasting coffee over high ABV beers that were some of Mike's, favorite, beers from these breweries. And it literally was the thought of, here's my top 10, favorite breweries, or my top 5. Wouldn't it be cool if we could do a beer collaboration or a coffee beer collaboration with them? And over the course of the years, we just kind of checked the box. But that was the challenge, and that was the inspiration, was, wouldn't it be cool if we can just do something really rad? And it seems so far-fetched. One brewery is in Vermont, or one brewery is in Texas, or one brewery is in Decorah, Iowa. But you got to start with kind of like a bold idea of just, what if it would be cool to do something like that, and what if it could actually happen, and then work backwards from there. The thing about coffee and coffee beers is that local breweries, there's probably a brewery in your local area, wherever you are as a coffee roaster, and the local brewery is supposed to use a local coffee roaster, right? So when you're talking about bringing communities together, it makes sense that we're supposed to be using local, and we're supposed to be partnering. So don't be afraid to go out of your immediate footprints of coffee and coffee retail, but look to your neighbors, look to the breweries, look to the restaurants, look to all of the other organizations that probably have more in common with each other than differences. And when you start identifying commonality, when you start identifying that your core audience or your customers are also customers of theirs, and they would absolutely love to see these collaborations together, the recipe is already there. You just have to go out out of your comfort zone, make a phone call, or reach out to your favorite local brewery and say, hey, let's make something happen. And then through that process, great things, happen when you make a phone call and when you reach out.
Just to kind of add to that, we have a very large collaboration partnership. We have a branded Slingshot ice cream with Jenny's Ice Cream. And when I started Slingshot, I actually sent product and a letter to Jenny Britton and said, it's my dream to be able to work with you one day. And so that actually happened in 2018 when we came out with this. It's a cold brew with coconut cream, so it's part of their dairy-free lineup. But it's probably one of my proudest moments. But similarly to what Sam said, it's really just kind of about asking. You can't necessarily expect to get a yes every time, or in my case, it took 6 years to get a yes. But there is a lot of beauty in collaboration, and you never know, what one collaboration can kind of lead to. And that's kind of what Sam is also, a demonstration of, that it can be something that could really be a really fun piece of your business, as well as being, a really nice revenue driver for your business as well, especially in Sam's case.
Yeah, one thing I love about both of you is you both set a goal and go after it. Sam Mostra really said at the beginning, we're going to win Micro Roaster of the Year. That was one of your goals very early on, because you're right near another roaster who had won that award in 2018.
So in 2012, Bird Rock Coffee Roasters won the award, and they're in our backyard, and that's just a great company. We actually have some former Bird Rock Coffee alumni that are part of our company. So they make great coffee, great company, and they won 2012 Roaster of the Year. And when we started the company in 2013 and we were getting introduced to the world of coffee and specialty coffee, we turned to Bird Rock and to their award, and we said, what's that? And as we found out about the award, the criteria of the award, and all of the components and tenets, we said, look, if we can model our company after these categories, then we are not only moving our mission forward, but being able to fill out the application at the same time. So it took us about 5 years, or so, and we just knew that as we're championing beans from the Philippines, that just any additional recognition, award, is all upside, for us.
Yeah, and Jenny, people could say the same about you with your Brewers Cup championships. Can you tell us a little bit about that and how that has tied into Slingshot?
Yeah, I mean, I've never shied away from this, but I am a highly competitive person. I just think it's fun. I think it's fun to compete with myself. I think it's fun to compete with others. It can certainly make you want to rip your hair out at times. But so really, Brewers Cup for me was kind of like part curiosity, part just like my competitive nature sort of coming to the surface. I had actually coached my husband, who is actually a 5-time Brewers Cup champ. I coached him before I competed. And I really just kind of got caught, I think, the bug from there too. But I think competitions are really great. I think there's always a lot of work to do in competitions. It's tough to figure it out. But I think one of the things that competitions do is really just push you to just think more critically about, kind of what you've chosen to do. Think more critically about how you're tasting something, why you're tasting something, and just the whole 9 yards. And so to me, it was such a professional development piece, but it was also something that was just like wildly fun for me on a personal level. So I'll get back out there and compete again. I'd love to be World Brewers Cup champ someday. So when I'm not busy kind of making, I guess, building my beverage empire that I'll get back to.
Oh, that's awesome. Well, you both definitely have a lot of drive out there, and it's really inspiring.
Thank you,
I'm going to go back to audience questions for a moment. So, what advice would you have for coffee roasters looking to diversify their lineup in other coffee-related products?
So I'll start with that if that's okay, Jenny.
Yeah.
I think going back to that spirit of innovation, I think if you're looking at diversifying your lineup, you've got to cultivate a spirit of experimentation and not being afraid to fail. Like you've got to try new things, and you've got to be able to understand that failure is part of the process of being able to come up with diverse, products, and that you're not going to know if something is going to be successful if you're not trying and continuing to get feedback and continuing to revise and continuing to dial it in based off of that feedback. Experimentation and failure is part of the process of innovation and being able to ultimately come up with a line that will be successful or will contribute to your bottom line. For us, we always also talk about taste, and does it taste good at the end? And for me, as I think a layman with a palate that's not as refined as some of my partners, I'm like the layman's test of, is this something that I would drink, and ultimately does it taste good? And we're always trying to answer that question: does this taste good? Is this something that the customer is going to enjoy? But not being afraid to experiment and not being afraid to fail is part of the answer to trying to diversify your lineup.
Those are good points, Sam. I think one of the things that I think that is, let's see. It just can be really difficult to kind of diversify your line when you're talking about commercialization. So when you are a cafe, you're going to have the business acumen related to how to run a retail establishment. The business acumen, the capital that's necessary to kind of move into a CPG line from a cafe is 100% different. So the business models are completely different. And it's incredibly capital intensive, especially within the beverage world. So, I think one of the biggest things is that unless you are very, 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 very well capitalized, it makes a lot of sense to really build on the things that you know and are good at. And if you're really deep into retail and you're really good at retail and you can scale your retail operations, that to me is where you should be putting your focus, and not necessarily trying to kind of jump the shark a little bit.
Thank you. So another person in our chat here is curious, what are your thoughts on using your current branding on a new product line? Jenny, I think this is a great question for you because you just launched Needs and Wants, and you did go a little off of the core Slingshot brand for that.
Yeah.
What informed that decision?
Well, it's a really great name. No, so for us, it was, there was a couple of kind of things at play here. So, and I can probably demonstrate this a little bit, but one of the things you can see is it says by Slingshot Coffee Company on it. So we really wanted to kind of lean on the brand recognition we had, and the loyalty that we had, and the integrity that we had as Slingshot, to be able to kind of bring this company into our fold as a sister brand. But it wasn't necessarily, we're looking at two different products, really. And so you have a coffee product and a tea product. And so while they can be completely congruous in some instances, in the world that we are in, it made more sense for us to kind of have a thread as opposed to a rope that kind of tied the two things together. And so it was a way for us to really look at how we were becoming a more holistic beverage company as opposed to just playing in coffee, but knowing that because this is a coffee fruit based product, there was still relativity there.
Thank you. And we have another
Maya,
question.
can I add
go ahead,
to that?
Sam. Absolutely.
So I'll just flip my head around. So with Mike being a fine dining chef, food has always been a part of our company and our offerings. And last year to this year, we've launched our basically food component, and it's tied to Mostra, but it's its own separate company. It provides in-house pastries and whatnot to Mostra, but it can also open up its own restaurants and its own retail establishments, wholesale, lines of business. But we call our food company Artsum, which is literally Mostra backwards. So it's tied to Mostra, but it's separate. It's the full circle of our vision, where if Mostra is the inspiration and it's inspiring, performance, via coffee currently, then food is the full self-expression of Mostra, and that's why it's called Artsum, or Artsum by Mostra is how we've branded a different product line, because it's similar, but it's completely different and can have completely different audience as well. So Mostra and then Artsum by Mostra is the full self-expression of Mostra, and you can see it on my hat. I'm wearing Artsum.
I love that. I also love both of everything you all name. So lovely. I love hearing the stories. So we have just a little bit of time left, so we're going to go on to some final questions. Jenny, having all staff members on salary sounds like a great idea. How's that working out so far?
Great. I really just feel like when somebody is on salary, I think it just gives them a different sense of value. And I think it puts a lot less stress on them. I think it puts a lot less stress on your mental health to not think about, if I take this time off and I'm hourly, am I going to get paid, et cetera. I mean, we were always extremely generous with having all hourly employees, all employees actually, whether you were hourly or salary. You never had to use any of your vacation time for personal things that came up. So we had a set amount of paid personal days that you could take for things that happen in life. And it shouldn't be any different for hourly employees, because things happen in life to everybody, whether you're hourly or whether you're salary. But for me, it was just really important that we weren't necessarily asking employees to be punching a time clock, and for them to, be thinking down to the minute, how am I going to get paid for this? I mean, it was so much more about, this is a team. We have to work together as a team because we have these goals that we have to accomplish. And if team member A is putting in 100% and team member B is putting in 80%, that's going to be apparent no matter what. But if team member B is putting in 80% because they're an hourly employee and they've got some other things that they're kind of thinking about, I mean, there's just any number of things. And I'm sure that anybody here who is kind of dealing with salary versus hourly employees, can absolutely relate to this. But for us, it was a way to just basically say, no one is any less valued in this organization than anyone else. We all have to do the job that we've been hired to do to the best of our ability if we're going to make this work. Because if we make it work for us, we're all going to benefit as well. So as the company grows, we can pay you more. I mean, just, there's so many great things that can happen. And so this was really just, to me, a first step that was a fairly, it wasn't necessarily easy, but it was kind of an easy decision.
Thank you. So one final question before we wrap, and then I'm also just going to ask you if you have any advice that you'd like to give to aspiring entrepreneurs in the audience. So think about that. The final audience question is, do either of you have any thoughts or experience with CBD coffee?
I mean, I have thoughts on everything. Sam, do you want to go?
We don't have any experience with CBD coffee. It came up a few times, some collaborative opportunities, and just wasn't the right time or the right fit for us at the time. And as we talked about, we're a very experimental company. We have to look closely at our narrative and at our values and our mission, and does it all align, and what's the bigger purpose and whatnot. So we just haven't found an opportunity yet to experiment or to try it all out. Not to say that we couldn't in the future, but we just don't have any experience with it as of yet.
I think that collaborations between industries are really cool. I think that we can always learn from other industries. We don't necessarily have to only be learning from coffee, or only be learning from fashion, or only be learning from tech, whatever industry you happen to be in. I think there's a lot of really interesting things that can come out of collaborations, both in a physical product, but also just kind of what it takes to sort of be in those industries. I've always really been a proponent of the concept that we are responsible for doing the things that we are really good at, and we need to be going a mile deep with the things we're really good at, and not necessarily going a mile wide with things that we don't necessarily have a lot of experience with. I think when it comes to CBD, there's still a lot of research that needs to be done on kind of, how much CBD is effective. What's the dosage that makes the most sense? So I think there's just still so much discussion about sort of a standard with CBD, that I think just needs to continue to happen, and those conversations need to continue to foster, so that there's a little bit more of a sense of not regulation. I don't know the word I'm looking for right now, but just, I think, sort of just some base level foundations of this is sort of how CBD needs to be administered, or this is the dosage that makes the most sense. And we are not the people who are going to be able to do that. It's people who are experts in CBD. And so I think that kind of once that is figured out, there is a lot more opportunity, I think, for collaborations sort of in the coffee world, where people are really getting what they want to be getting and need to be getting out of both things, the CBD and the coffee itself.
All right. And any final advice for the audience?
I'll start. Just thank you all for the opportunity and for listening in. If I was to offer one, thought or final, comment, it's taken from an ancient African proverb. It says, "If you want to go fast, go alone, but if you want to go far, go together." And I think most, represents that sentiment. I have there's four, partners and business partners that have gone through this journey together, and along with, our staff, our community, local and global. Our craft beer, collaboration, partners. There's more to all of us that bind and unite us than that separate us. So, look for the commonalities. We have a communal table in our coffee shop, and our final mission statement is "We are one." So there's just more that binds us all together, in spite of our diversity, than that puts us apart. And together, going through this journey, we'll be that much more successful.
I would say that my biggest piece of advice is really something that I've always given from day one, and that is passion will help you sleep at night, but grit is what will get you out of bed in the morning. And if you're going to take the route of being a business owner, being a kind of self-proclaimed entrepreneur, it's really important that you are understanding and are ready to put 2 feet on the ground in the morning, because there's going to be a lot more hardship than there is going to be a lot more celebration. But at the same time, you kind of can't get too high and you can't get too low. And so it's a really fine line to walk. And but if you kind of know that and kind of understand that, then I think that you're going to be setting yourselves up for success. So I certainly feel like I've been given such an opportunity. I mean, I grew up on a 300-acre fruit and vegetable farm. I'm a farmer's daughter. I kind of was given those sorts of experiences growing up of like, you got to stick with it. And so I'm really grateful for that. But just, I believe that everybody has the capability to have that drive. It's really just kind of whether or not you can find it within yourself.
Thank you both so much. It's been such a pleasure talking to you and getting to hear your stories. I'm going to pass it off to Kim Elena to wrap up this day of the Coffee Retail Summit.
Thanks, Maya. Thanks, everyone, for joining.
Thank you, everybody.
It's really lovely. I was listening to those quotes of Sam's and Jenny's and thinking about quotes that inspired me. And honestly, all I can think of right now are product slogans, like when the going gets tough, the tough get going. I think that's probably due to it being toward the end of the day and my brain being full from learning some interesting stuff and hearing some perspectives that challenge some of the ways that I have seen this retail market and this coffee industry evolution. So a lot of food for thought, and I'm very grateful to everyone. And that's really what I'm here to do at the end of this day, the second day of Retail Summit, is just to give some thanks and do the official closing. So as I said, here we are. It's the end of the second day of the 2022 Coffee Retail Summit. We'll be back here for day 3 on Friday at 10 a.m. Korea Standard Time, which is 5 p.m. on Thursday Pacific Standard Time. So we launched today's in Pacific Standard Time, announced it. So for those of you who are thinking in those terms, our third day begins tomorrow around 5 p.m. It will be in Korean, of course, as I said earlier. So if you are not a Korean speaker, then wait and catch the subtitled videos after the event has concluded here on the retail.sca.coffee website. So I'd like to thank the panelists, Alina, Jasmine, Ron, Sam Spellman, Damien, Sam Magdanong, and Jenny, as well as the hosts, Mansi, Elizabeth, and Maya. Thank you all so much for the time that they all put into making today's discussions interesting and relevant to this audience. I'd also like to thank all of my colleagues who work behind the scenes to make an event like this possible, and to the sponsors who enable us to deliver all this free of charge. That's Astoria, Pacific Foods, or Pacific Barista Series, rather, BWT and More, Simonelli Group, Brewista, Chemex, and Baratza. And finally, to thank you to all of you for your attention today, for posting good questions in the chat. The engagement was really fun for me to be a part of, both as a speaker and as a fellow audience member with you all. And we hope to see you at an event soon, whether that's an online event or at an in-person event of some kind coming up in the world. Before you go, please take a moment to fill out our post-event survey before you move on to your next activity. We will use that information to guide future Coffee Retail Summit decisions around, what stories we want to tell and who we want to hear from here, as well as, the population of the resource library, which I hope you'll see as sort of an ongoing place to refer to for data and insights and inspiration. So that's it for me. Thank you again, and hope to see some of you back here on Friday at 10 a.m. Korea Standard Time.